Hello.
Moderator for all the GATES events worldwide. This is the 9th edition of the GATES ICT Summit here in India. I look out for the Okay, I want to thank you very much for joining us to deliver the opening remarks here at the GATES ICT India Channel Summit. We are in our ninth edition, but hosting for the first time here tonight. So, we're ready for you. I want to give you just a few moments to offer a few opening words. The floor is yours. Dr. Kamakoti, can you hear me?
Sir, you can go ahead. Can I go ahead? Can I see the audience?
You can go ahead. The audience can see you, so we can now turn the camera around. I will send you a photo.
Sir, you can speak. Can I see the audience? Okay. Right. Thank you very much, friends. Very happy welcome to IIT Madras Research Park, IIT Madras campus. I'm sorry that I could not be there in person. So this 3-day summit that is happening is something extremely important from the country's point of view, that we are now becoming a product nation, we are becoming a startup nation. The multiple startups who really have to basically go to the next level, as educational institutions in the country, we are doing our best to see that no brilliant idea is left without care. Every brilliant idea goes through a very rigorous process. We look at that, we enable, we look in deep detail. We have an AI-enabled tools. Many of these institutions have such tools which can take these ideas and compare and contrast it with several competing ideas that are patented across the world, and we enable them to actually file patents. Filing a patent and owning an idea gives the end startup a much more confidence to basically proceed, and that we have realized in many instances at IIT Madras. Friends, the campus that we are sitting in now, in the last but one financial year, we have filed close to 380 plus patents. In the last year, we have filed 470 IPs. So we are doing more than an IP a day, around 1.2 IPs a day, and we are very confident that we will do around 500 IPs today. This is the case with many institutions in our country, where patents are given the highest priority or preference. Now, moving forward, after an idea is getting patented, all the institutions, most of them have certain tinkering labs. In IIT Madras, we have a lab called Center for Innovation. It's a very big building, where the students actually take these ideas and try to convert it into a design. Then many of these institutions have actually a center where a pre-incubation type of activities happen. We have a center called Nirman, where some of these good designs that actually pass through a rigorous test of a minimum viable product, a total addressable market, etc. This basically goes to the next stage. Then after that particular point, once they cross the pre-incubation, then we have incubators that incubate them, give them a status of a startup, get them registered, have their own websites, and also connect them with other investors. And then there is, many of these institutions do have mentorship centers. We have the Gopalakrishnan Deshpande Center at IIT Madras, which basically looks at converting these startups into unicorns. We have been successful to a large extent. We had a recent IPO by Aether Energy. Of course, Unit 4 was one more company that has become unicorn, and we have many exits, very good exits from our startups. Friends, given this, what do the startups need today? All that they want in terms of technology, ideation, technology validation, technology protection, and mentorship to grow. All these things are in many ways available to them. But what is missing is the first purchase order. Like for any artist, a performing artist, the first stage is very important. For a research scholar, the first paper getting accepted is very important. Right? That for a startup, the first purchase order is very important. The first set of services they do clients, that is the most important thing, and that is what will give them several notches of confidence which no other investment or anything will give them, no other award will give them. The best award is this first purchase order. In this direction, this particular event that's happening for 3 days here is extremely important because we have channel partners, we have investors, we have big industries, we also have the startups, and we would like to see this as in India, Bharat, we call it a Swayamvar. We want to see this Swayamvar where there are certain purchase orders getting married to some of these technologies. I hope that at the end of these 3 days, there will be a good realization from both ends. The clients, the channel partners, the distributors, the investors, what is happening in our country? And from the smaller startups, what is it that these 3 important segments that are extremely important for a startup to grow, what are their expectations? At least that what we call in an understanding, mutual understanding between these startups and these other 3 important segments would actually crystallize and finalize. Right? I think this is in this way. This particular summit is extremely important, and I am very happy that IIT Madras is organizing this, IIT Global is organizing, and importantly, it is happening in that place, the IIT Madras Research Park, where we have several such startups who are grown and who are growing and who will grow. In these words, I wish this whole summit a great success. Try to see if you could both speaking tomorrow or after, but then all the best for all the startups and for all the investors, for all the distributors, for all the channel partners. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, we have the audio. Okay, can you hear me now? That's great. So this was just an opportunity to give the first word to IITM, our host for the GATE Summit this year. Those of you who've been with us in the past, the core mandate of the event remains the same. It's about bringing the channel together with technology innovators. It's about hearing firsthand from some of the industry experts, from the vendor executives, and from your own channel community. It's about business networking. It's about the one-on-one meetings. It's very much not an event. It's not a platform, but it's very much about that community. So that core mission remains the same. But over the course of the event, you'll look up and look around, and you'll see we have a program running where we're bringing in a number of scale-ups. These are, in most cases, IITM incubated companies that are ready for the marketplace, that are looking not for investors, but looking for partners that offer routes to market. You'll also see a delegation of what we call the young founders. These are individuals and startups in various stages who are going to come and just be part of the conversation. We're going to learn about the channel, learn from other scale-ups, and learn from each other. So it is an expanded mandate, but the core mission remains the same. And the gentleman who started this all nearly 10 years ago, I want to give him a chance to do his opening welcome, his own, very warm welcome to the Director of Gates, Mr. Ashish Kapagi. Ashish. Out in the room. The event has taken on a much larger scale this year. It's impressive. I will give you the opening words.
Thank you.
Just a moment. All right. Before I let you do your presentation, I have to tell you, I had a briefing with some of the young founders, with some of the people at IITM yesterday. And this is a technology event, but it always breaks my heart when the technology fails on the big stage, right? And I feel like I am the most unqualified person to be the moderator here, because IITM is this brain trust. It's amazing. I have an MBA, yet I feel somehow the least educated person on this campus. I speak 2 languages, English and French, because I married a French-speaking woman. I'm pretty sure those 2 languages are the bottom of the barrel when it comes to the multilingual talents in this room. Here I am the guy who's trying to pilot the ship. I'm the one who's going to make this happen. In just a moment, when they're ready, we're going to bring your video and your presentation on stage. After Ashish speaks, we're going to have an opportunity to do a series of keynote speeches. And this is all about hearing firsthand from the experts in the business. After that, we're going to be doing a session called Smart Pitch. Most of you remember, if you've been here before, this is a rapid fire session where we're going to hear from some of the best and brightest in the business. Give me a thumbs up when you're ready for Ashish. Yes? All right, let's start over.
Et efficace pour tous, partout.
All right, let's see.
And what language?
Yes.
आज के डिजिटल युग में जहां उत्पादकता बढ़ाने के लिए प्रौद्योगिकी का उपयोग करने वाला लगभग हर कोई है, एआई से हारने का जोखिम सार्वभौमिक होता जा रहा है। जैसे जैसे आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस उद्योगों को बदलना जारी रखता है और हमारे काम करने के तरीके को फिर से परिभाषित करता है, जो लोग जोखिम को अनुकूलित करने में विफल रहते हैं, वे पीछे छूट जाते हैं।
人工智能不再是一项精英技能，而是所有人的必需品。以母语提供培训，对于打破障碍并确保关键概念清晰、相关且可做至关重要。Apabila orang belajar dalam bahasa mereka sendiri, mereka memahami nuansa AI dengan lebih pantas, membina keyakinan untuk menavigasi dunia digital dengan berkesan. Ia membantu mereka memahami cara AI berfungsi, faedahnya, dan potensi risikonya dengan cara yang terasa semula jadi dan boleh dikaitkan.
使い慣れた言語で学習することで、個人は AI ツールを恐れるのではなく、思わず創造的に使用できるようになります。最終的にはテクノロジーと理解の間のギャップを埋め、誰もが自信を持って AI 主導の未来に参加できるようにします。
Engageons-nous à rendre la formation à l'IA accessible, compréhensible et efficace pour tous, partout, en créant ensemble un avenir prospère.
Well, I'm sure you've all figured out that was the AI talking. You were all struggling to read what was on the stage, and I was struggling to mimic. And I didn't practice it. Very simple 2 points that I wanted to make with this. The first point was that AI is here to stay. It's a reality. This video took me 10 minutes to do. The only issue that I had with this, and I wasn't sure whether I should make it or not, was we couldn't translate it into Tamil. It was predominantly a European application. So they said they'll come back to me in about 2 days to translate into Tamil. So we went with French. We wanted to start off with Hindi and end with Tamil. So the first point is that AI is here to stay. AI has no language bar. It doesn't discriminate between people, language, color, creed, races. The second point I wanted to make was, look, if I could embarrass myself with the 90-second presentation, I don't think you should be scared of coming on the stage and doing your 90 seconds. Vanakkam, Namaskar, good afternoon, and welcome to this 9th edition of the Gates India Channel Summit and the first edition of the India Scale Hub. We've been running the Gates Channel Summit across the region for over 9 years, and we worked with the ASEAN Secretariat and the Department of Science and Technology for a few years to develop the concept of the ASEAN Scale Hub. That's become fairly mature, and we thought of bringing the same concept here in cooperation with the IITM Global this year. There is a saying that when you do something for the first time, it's new. When you do it the second time, it's routine. And when you do it the third time, it becomes a habit. So Gates is a habit. And I hope this Scale Hub, India Scale Hub, will also become a habit. With this, I want to leave with you guys with some food for thought before we start this event. What I have on stage is a letter written by Antonio Guterres, the SecGen of United Nations. He's written this to his great-granddaughter. And what he writes here is that we will not be around, but we want to know from you whether the decisions that we took in our time and age were the right decisions, and how have those decisions impacted you. This is the food of thought I want to leave you guys with, because the decisions for tomorrow are going to be made by the young founders who are here. The channels are the doers. You know, today's decisions are made by them. They are the ones who take the technology to the market. But it's actually the young founders who are going to be taking the technology and making the future for their generations to come. So with that, welcome, and thank you for taking out time to be with us. Bye.
You just had to underline the point that I speak only 2 languages, and you wanted to showcase 5 here, right? Let me see if I get it right. So I say to you in Hindi, Shukriya.
Yeah, thank you.
I say Shusha in Chinese.
Yeah.
Third one, Bahasa Indonesian, Terima kasih.
Terima kasih.
Fourth one, Japanese, Arigatou gozaimasu.
Yeah.
And fifth one, this is the language I know, Merci beaucoup.
Yeah.
Merci beaucoup. Thanks so much. Okay, with that, I want to kick off the opening conference. We have many years worked very closely with
Nicely done, sir.
Yamada and Spire Consulting. They're in this unique position to offer through their research house, through this massive amount of data and analysis that we produce every year, an unparalleled view on the trends and directions of the marketplace. So join me to welcome to the stage the Chief Operating Officer at Yamada and Spire, Mr. Japneet Singh. Japneet, welcome.
Thank you, Ryan.
Okay. I will give you this. This is your wireless presenter.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me okay?
And your first slide will appear right now. Japneet, the floor is yours.
Okay.
Yep.
Wonderful. Ryan, thank you. Ashish, thank you. I've been speaking at some of the Gates events in the previous years. I'm always very impressed by the locations that Ashish would bring all of us to. Usually we've done them in very fancy hotels, in really nice resorts. The last one I attended was in Bali. It was beautiful. But this has really leveled up because any boy who's grown up in India knows how prestigious the IITs are. I, like everyone else, also gave my JEEs many years ago. My rank was 2,200 something, not very good. I was getting Guwahati, so I took a different career path. But thanks to Ashish, I was able to call my mom today and say that it took 20 years, but I finally arrived at IIT. So thank you for that. I'm going to be talking about some of the trends that we're seeing, not just in India, but globally. But before I do that, let me just quickly introduce the organization that I come from. I am based out of Singapore, in the Singapore office of Yamara Consulting and Spire. We are a Tokyo Stock Exchange listed consulting/advisory firm. Yamara Spire primarily does three things. The first one being market research. So we handle a lot of data. We create some of the data ourselves. I'll be sharing a whole bunch of data today as well. With most audiences, that might be a bit boring, but hey, we're at IIT, so I hope you guys will find it interesting. The second thing that we do is help companies internationalize. So that's our consulting and growth advisory arm. And then the third area is M&A advisory. So we're helping match investors. A lot of these investors are investors in the US and in Japan with adequate targets, adequate acquisition candidates within the Southeast Asia region. So it helps startups, scale-ups get funding. It helps our international clients get access to markets, access to technology. Okay, I'll start off with a little bit about the technology and innovation that's happening in India. I think the gentleman from IIT actually alluded to this as well, but we've got a steadily rising global innovation ecosystem that's come in. I'm going to refer to my slides back here as well, but India has grown from 81 in rank back in 2015, in just 10 years, to become the 39th in terms of innovation. This is an international index that's tracked for all countries, and we've seen how India steadily has been rising in that index. Our strengths really lie in the knowledge and output side of things. There is a tremendous amount of patents that are coming out of India. There is a lot of research papers that are coming out of India. We're one of the better ones when it comes to global standards. We also have a very good market sophistication where products can be brought into the market. Now, on the funding side, on the infrastructure side, we don't do quite as well compared to the other markets. But clearly, we've got our strengths. So I'm just listing those down here. Knowledge and output, patents, for example, is our strength. Our unicorn valuations are a strength. We've got a very healthy number of unicorns that are coming out of India globally. IT expenditure in India is also one of the better metrics globally compared to other countries, and of course access to funding. So not just funding that's happening domestically, but there is a lot of international investments that is coming into the VC space, into the growth investing space as well. As I mentioned, R&D or private sector investing into our R&D, and some of the infrastructure is still lacking, but I think we're making our way. In the last 9 years or so, 10 years or so, we've seen about $131 billion US come into the investments for startups. A fairly large, fairly healthy number. I was speaking about unicorns a minute ago. So if you rank all the countries in terms of the number of unicorns that they've given birth to, India comes in at third. Only behind US, where you've got the Silicon Valley, of course, and then China, but then we're coming in at 69. Currently, we're at 69 unicorns that have come out of India, out of, I think, the odd 400 in total. The list is, of course, long tail, but that's something to be very proud of. Now, it's interesting, back in 2016, according to government data, there were only 471 startups. And that was just less than 10 years ago. We are now at 157,000 startups. So that number has really, really gone up, and it is India's growth story. It is how a lot of the environment that's nurturing these startups and a lot of innovation that's sort of coming out of our institutions, it's a witness of that. Okay, I wanted to share a little bit data about where the money, the VC money is going. So please look at this metrics. This sort of has the amount of funding value on this side, and then at the base you've got the number of VC funding deals that are happening. I will flash up the sectors, but the size of the bubble indicates how much money is really flowing in, and the metrics are how that's been growing. Right? So a big stable sector is really consumer tech. You've got gaming in there, food technology, and edutech in there. That is really the largest basket where VC funding is going into startups right now. The second category is B2C commerce. E-commerce sort of happens in there. It's about $2.3 billion that came in 2024. Two other areas that are smaller, software and SaaS declined between 2023 and 2024 in terms of the number of deals, but banking and finance has been quite healthy. So we've got about a $1 to $1.4 billion going in there last year. The next category is fintech, retail, and traditional industries like energy and logistics. And about a $1 billion each is going in there. The high growth that you see is in the traditional sector in terms of how many deals are happening. Relatively smaller deals, but a fairly healthy number that's growing quite strongly. Then you've got the smaller sectors. So you've got your B2B commerce, healthcare, there's some activity. Gen I, there's some activity. Brands going direct to consumers, there is some VC funding that's going into that as well. But this sort of gives you a nice ecosystem on where the big money is, and that's really in the consumer tech, fintech, B2C commerce, banking, and finance, and how it's been growing since the last 2 years. Okay. Another indication of technology is just how the IT expenditure is happening in India. And here again, you see a fairly diverse sector mix. The large one, of course, being manufacturing, the second one being banking, finance, and then you've got various other sectors. The top three, of course, is manufacturing, banking, and finance. IT itself is spending a lot of money within the sector, telcos, public services, and then you've got a longer tail when it comes to healthcare, mining industries, media, and so forth. Okay, so we've got a lot of startups and scale-ups here. I think the previous speaker was talking about giving brilliant ideas. No brilliant idea should be left uncared for. That's great. Congratulations. But I do have some warnings and some bad news. Sadly, these are the numbers. 90% of startups fail within the first 5 years. And that's sort of in India. Globally, that number is 70%, still high, but you've got your path set out if you've gone on this venture. Year zero, you might start off with 100% of the base. In year one, that whittles down to 80%. So 20% of the companies die in year one when it comes to startups. By year 3, you only have half of the companies left. By year 5, that number is about 10%. Sorry, I think the text is gone, but that's 10%. And then success, where you become a household brand or a household name like Uber or Lenskart or somebody like that, that's about 1%. So I want to wish everyone, of course, the very best, but it can be a challenging path, full of a lot of risks and full of a lot of unpredictability. Now, here's what are some of the things that you need to watch out for as a startup. The top reasons why the startups fail. The first one there being there isn't a solution market fit. So you've got a brilliant idea, but the market, you're either too early or there is no need for your solutions. So that's about 42%, almost half. Another 29% run out of cash. 23%, it's not the right time. This morning I was speaking with one of my friends, and they were talking about a company that had come up with what AI does now, but 15 years ago. And eventually, I think Google bought it, is what I remember. But it was something that was too early for its time. So just not the right time. Competition. So you can be too early, but you can be too late as well. So 19% fail because there's just too much competition. And then you've got pricing cost issues, product quality, it doesn't sort of come up to the standard. The business model doesn't come up to the standard, and so on. So yeah, there's a lot of things, sadly, that can go wrong. Let's look at this list one more time and just look at the top 5 reasons. Now, what I want to put out to you is as these startups and these scale-ups are developing their business model, it's very important to have, from day one, a global mindset. Incorporate into your startup dream the fact that you're not just going to be in India, that you are going to internationalize. And internationalization helps you to sort of manage and mitigate some of these things that can go wrong. For example, you might have a lack of solution market fit in your market, but if you are able to take this to a country that's more mature in terms of technology or less, then that fit might be there. Internationalization gives you a wider source of funding, gives you a wider source of partners, right? Wider talent pool is the other problem. When you don't have the right team, internationalization can help with that. And then, of course, you're outcompeted possibly in the local market, but if you are able to take this to a market where there is a demand, where there isn't that much competition, then it sort of helps with that. So having that global mindset is what I would like to encourage all of you. Okay, other benefits of internationalization, I think some of these I've mentioned. Of course, market growth, more revenue to capture out there. Your competitive positioning and your brand increases if you are an international brand. You have better access to innovation. You have better access to talent. Also, you have better access to lower costs in some cases, or lower raw materials. Of course, investments, access to more money as you internationalize. Access to that international money, of course, becomes important as well. Expanding in more market than one helps you also mitigate strategic risk. We are living in times where geopolitical issues have become, really they've come to the forefront, they've become a real problem, and this helps to manage, being in more than one country helps you to manage that. And the last one, of course, is you're able to build a larger customer base, but also a larger ecosystem. Okay. Speaking about internationalization, I wanted to give you an update really on what's going on in the Asia-Pacific region. So really thinking outside of India, but as a region, what's happening. Why Asia-Pacific? Well, it is home to the 4 largest economies in the world. China, of course, is there. Japan. We've treated Southeast Asia for this particular analysis as one country. Products and people move relatively freely within ASEAN. And if you consider that as one country, then it is the 5th largest economy in the world, just above India. Okay, not only is it large, it is also one of the fastest growing economies. So if you look at GDP growth in 2025, ranked by different regions, Caribbean, of course, is phenomenal. But then you've got South Asia, including India, at 6.4, and then it's Southeast Asia, East Asia that are coming in around at 4%. So if you were to choose regions, then our part of the world, rather than the West, is really where the growth is happening. Other advantages of being closer to home, English is, in a lot of cases, still the digital language, if not the business language. You're closer to India, you're closer to US, you're closer to Japan. Those are the big markets. Southeast Asia sort of gives you that access. The digital transformation in a lot of these countries has become a priority. What that means is if you are internationalizing, there are grants and incentives that these governments are offering to innovative companies or innovation-led companies. So you're able to get that. And of course, there is the right amount of parity in terms of digital maturity within Asia compared to India. So a lot of the products that work here and a lot of the thinking that works here is possibly going to work in the rest of Asia Pacific as well. Okay, what are the largest markets within Asia? So what I've done here is just plotted out previous, current, and future software sales as a market indicator. So of course you've got Japan being number one, but India is a fairly large market and also one of the faster growing markets at 14%. South Korea comes in third, and then Southeast Asia at about 26 billion, growing at about 12% as well. So what you're seeing here is for most markets, it is about 11 to 12%. Of course, India is faster, but you've got about 11 to 12% fairly healthy growth happening there. What types of software categories are larger? Productivity-led software is still very, very large. You've got about systems infrastructure at about 20 to 30%, application software about 5 to 10%. But also, we saw how the IT sector is a big spender. So development and deployment-oriented software takes up a fairly large share of the software market. Okay, and who are the customer segments that are buying this? Like I mentioned, software and information services sector, that takes up the largest. The government across Asia is a big spender. So if you've got government-oriented products, then that gives you access to a very large market. You've then got retail, high-tech sector. So both state government and central government, if you put them together, it's the biggest. And then, of course, banking, industrial manufacturing, telco, education. Consumer segment, if you are designing technology products for consumers or software for consumers, it is a relatively smaller sort of market. Okay, no innovation seminar will be complete if I don't talk about AI. I think Ashish gave a very interesting demonstration on that as well. Interestingly, Asia Pacific leads in terms of AI maturity and AI adoption as well. This was a survey conducted by Boston Consulting Group, and you can see how in terms of the percentage of business leaders that have proven value for AI or that perceive its value perceive AI as a source of value is close to about 65%. So almost as high as North America. But if you look at the expenditure, what proportion of money are companies spending on AI, APAC actually leads. So that's about 7.6% of all the money is going into AI. 8.3% of all staff time is going into digital and Gen I as well. So our region really is leading on that front. Oh. Let me see if I can move it from there. Maybe just press, yeah? Yeah. Ooh, we made it worse. Okay,
Yeah.
we're back, okay. Or almost. Okay, okay. Yeah, I think this is also a signal that I should make it quick. So I will. Now, this is another index that talks about the digital competitive index. You see how across Asia, while India is fairly sophisticated, it's got a rank of 52, or index of 52 out of 100, you do have markets that are slightly better off, slightly more mature when it comes to digital competitiveness. And that is in terms of the metrics that you see over there. It's knowledge, technology, and future readiness. So India's doing very well, but you've got markets that are more digitally prepared, if you will, and able to take on technology-oriented products. Let me just bring this slide up. Now, what I wanted to showcase to you here is the investments are being attracted into clusters of different countries, depending on depending on certain subsectors. So you see these centers of excellence that are coming up. E-commerce, for example, China, Hong Kong, Singapore, Korea is where a lot of the funding is flowing. Semicon, you've got, of course, China is across the board, but you've got Japan, Malaysia, Korea, Taiwan. Green tech and EVs, way on the right there, is where India is showing up, along with Indonesia and China, as is the case with SaaS and IT services as well. So you see, India is becoming a center of excellence in attracting funding, and then fintech and digital banking is another one. Okay, I'm going to very quickly just go through 5 macro trends that are changing the way the region is behaving. The first one, of course, is agentic AI. So we've seen Gen AI, we've seen various other kinds of modalities, but what we're now seeing is agentic AI. Basically, it's AI with agency. AI that is able to now take decisions autonomously. It is able to act, which means it's able to make plans and then execute those plans as well. It's able to make decisions independently. So it's the stuff Skynet is made of. 86% of organizations in Asia, according to an IDC survey, said that they are ready to deploy or have already deployed agentic AI in their processes. About half, 44% of the survey respondents had already taken steps to do so by August of this year. The typical use cases are customer support and automation, risk management and fraud detection, and productivity enhancements. So for software developing, for example, AI is now able to design, test, fix, and then redesign all of that independently, almost acting as if an independent employee. Now, how is that going to change? The outlook really is we are going to see, in terms of the business processes, hybrid teams. Certain processes, rather than humans using AI as a tool, we're going to see humans doing some parts of it and AI actually doing some parts of it. Now, what that means is we are going to see for agentic AI a wider business deployment. Why? Because even business owners that don't understand the technology will see the benefit of an end-to-end process. If you say, I can take this process off your hands totally, then that sort of, it is a much more attractive value proposition. And the third one, of course, is AI is not only doing things faster, it's doing things that we couldn't do before. So business transformation is another thing that's going to happen across sectors coming in the near future. Okay, now, more on AI, and this is also a macro trend, which is AI is actually putting a lot of pressure on the adjoining industries. Hardware is one. Hardware sector is going to be going through a transformation. Capgemini survey, for example, said that downstream there's going to be a demand of about 30%. 30% of chip customers are expecting their demand to increase, while the chip manufacturers are only anticipating a 15%. So there's going to be pressure of unmet demand in the market, which then might sort of have price implications as well. You do see Samsung and SK Hynix make certain investments, shift manufacturing processes towards HBM. We're now seeing PCs that are going to be installed, not just CPU, not GPU, but we're talking about NPU now, and that's going to become a common thing across hardware and processing equipment. And then India itself is seeing a commitment of 3 new chip manufacturing plants that are coming up. The data center demand is going to go up as well. 2024 already saw a 50% jump in terms of data center investments. Singapore, Japan, we know the usual candidates, but we're now seeing data centers being planned in Malaysia and in Thailand as well. So that's going to be a huge demand also. The other thing that is the dark secret of AI is that it uses tremendous amount of computing power and a lot of energy. I had the privilege of visiting the Dell Techno Center in Singapore, where they showcase their AI servers. The amount of air conditioning needed and the cooling power needed, and the amount of heat that's generated is phenomenal. So we're going to see data center energy needs go up by 15%. And we're talking about a region that is already under pressure when it comes to electricity supply. So a lot of countries now are going to start putting in regulations on new capacity coming in, that a certain percentage of it must be green, or that it needs to work at a certain level of productivity. So we'll see new energy rules, energy regulation coming in. The third trend is robotics and cobotics. 74% of all robotics are right now being absorbed within Asia. So that's almost, this part of the world really is the leader when it comes to robotics. Largely, this has been in the manufacturing sector. We've all seen pictures of auto factories with arms, but that's going to change. The robots are going to come out of the factories into various other applications. For example, in logistics and fulfillment, we're now seeing AGVs and drones being used at the port, at various warehouses. Human assistance when it comes to healthcare, exoskeletons that the elderly or the disabled can wear that helps them get through their disabilities. I think that's something that's taken off in Japan and Korea, and it is coming into the rest of the region as well. Building construction is another place where we're seeing automated bricklayers, we're seeing drones and AI being used for building inspections real time, and it's really shortening the amount of construction time that it takes. Cobots in pharma and logistics. I think we were talking about how AI is taking over certain processes completely rather than being a tool. We're seeing the same happen in the pharma and logistics sector with cobots as well. Humans access to a certain point, and then the robots take over, and then humans come back when that process is complete. And then agri-tech. Agriculture has become a very precise science, and robots and drones are actually helping with a lot of that. Okay, the last time I spoke at Gates, I spoke about critical cybersecurity being a critical trend. I'll just very quickly point this out to you again on the importance of cybersecurity. It is old news, and the number of attacks globally has stabilized. Now, the bad news is those hackers have all moved from other parts of the world to Asia Pacific. So you see how in these red bars, the proportion of attacks that Asia Pacific used to have was about 25%. That's gone up to now 35%. The rest of the world has improved in terms of the number of attacks. So all the bad guys are pointing this way now, sadly. It's a $40 billion market. Japan, India, Southeast Asia are the ones that are growing, fairly healthy growth of about 12 to 13%. Now, roughly out of all of the IT money, 10 to 13% is going into security. A majority of the IT managers are saying that that's going to increase between about 5 to 20%, but we are going to see cybersecurity budgets go up. Areas of concern are securing the cloud pathways, as a lot of the data is on the cloud. Web apps are seen to be the risk area amongst the IT managers. And of course, the last one is humans. So social engineering, fraud, phishing, that still continues to be a huge problem. Okay, the next trend that I wanted to talk about was gaming. Now, gaming, fairly healthy growths. Again, we're seeing about between 10 to 15% of growth. India is a very large, a fast-growing gaming market. This is despite the tight regulations on real money gaming. So we're excluding gambling out of this, but you still see a fairly healthy growth in India as well as in other parts of the region. Most of these games are being played on the mobile phone, about 70% in Asia. In India, it's slightly lesser. There's more PC games and console games. So 60% is on mobile, but still very largely the games are being designed for mobiles. Indonesia is now turning into a hub for mobile game downloads. Some data says it's the largest number of mobile game downloads in Asia. And you've got esports that's taking off in Thailand and in Vietnam. Money games, as I mentioned, in India, they're completely banned. In most other Asian markets, they're largely restricted. But you see educational games and social games, social media games, are still going to be on the rise. Now, the gaming sector isn't just about games. The peripheral ecosystem creates huge opportunities for accessories, devices, wearables, even furniture sector is going to be growing at a very healthy 12% range by 2030. Okay, so those were the trends, and I'm going to close off with just showing you the internationalization cycle. So as you, let me see if this is working now. Oh, okay, good. The first step to do is not to rush. The first step would be to prove the business model locally, identify very clearly what the value proposition is, who your customer is going to be. It is then that you start selecting out new markets. And you've got to consider the product market fit. Of course, you've got to look at the attractiveness in terms of size, but the regulatory environment, things like data storage, things like usage of personal data, it's very important to check these before you start making plans to enter into the market. The next step would then be preparation. This means all the admin work, the company incorporation, getting various licenses if you're in the finance sector, building a local team that can then help you scale up, and that could be through partnerships, and figuring out what needs to be localized and what can be retained. You then land into the market, find local partners. It's very critical to find good local partners and then iterate from there. We've seen a lot of cases where the company starts off as one type of product and the iterations help and you're able to survive as you understand the international markets more clearly. And that's when you scale up, establish the processes within that country, start building long-term customer relationships. And once you've got that, that's when you sort of go back and you go through the circle as well. So you go through the circle again. So having this process is what's required to scale across multiple countries. Okay, I'm going to close off with just my parting words on some do's and don'ts. I think I've mentioned a lot of these already. The first one, of course, is think about internationalization from day one. Design a global company that is starting off in India. This means establishing the processes, registering your patents and your IPs, registering your business, your trademarks across multiple countries from the get-go. When you're internationalizing, understand the local government regulations, but also the support. As I mentioned, a lot of countries are giving new companies that are entering in incentives, grants, tax holidays. So it's very important to understand that. Comply with the local data laws. Plan that you would need to do this in terms of where data is stored, where the servers need to be. Do your research and have a clear target market customer. Do not assume that what you're doing in India is going to work. In many cases it does, but do not assume that, as there can be cultural nuances. Don't venture out until you have succeeded to prototype here, which means you've prototyped your business model, not just your product. Don't go alone. Partnerships are going to be extremely important. Partners add funding, access to customers, certifications, accreditations, capabilities. So don't do it all by yourself. It's very important for you to succeed in Asia that you have a local partner. Don't be reluctant to customize. Don't be reluctant to iterate. Asia, or even Southeast Asia, where I come from, is in many cases considered as, oh, if it works in Singapore, it's going to work in Malaysia. But in many cases, that doesn't happen. Those nuances are important. Don't fall in love with your idea. Don't get fixated. Be prepared to iterate. Be prepared to change. Fail fast, and then iterate quickly. So with that, I wish you all the best. Thank you. Thank you, Ryan.
Always a strong start to the event. This is not the final word. You're going to be with us over the course of the next
2 days. Yes.
All right, you're with us over the course of the event. That's great. And we do get a lot of requests. A version of his PowerPoint presentation will be available for download from the Connect platform after the event. Japneet, one more time, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next presenter is the CEO of Orient Pro. Joining us on stage for a keynote. You will also see 60 seconds. You will also have an opportunity to talk to the team to kick off here their sponsorship at the Gates India ICT Summit. I want to welcome to the stage Krishna Pangan, CEO of Orient Pro.
Thanks. This is on.
It's a long walk up, right?
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Ryan. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Does that work?
Yep. Let me see.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. When Janpreet mentioned about his experience with the IIT, it just reminded me of the very recent coach of the Indian women's team, Amol Muzumdar, who actually wanted to be in the Indian team for I think 20 years, couldn't make it, but finally was the coach of the winning champions Indian cricket team. So, something similar to that. So on that note, let me introduce myself. As Ryan said, I'm Balkrishna Pangam. I head Orient Pro Payments. And Orient Payments is a fintech. It's a subsidiary of Orient Pro Solutions, which is a 28-year-old organization. But let me give you a brief on the organization. Essentially, this organization started 28 years back when startup was not really a phrase that was used. The founders were 3 smart engineers who put together an idea, said that they would develop software for those days banking technology. And from that, over the last 28 years, Orient Pro has grown into providing solutions for banking, mobility, insurance, transit. There are data center solutions. Government sectors, of course, we cater to. And recently, last year, we bought an AI fintech called Arya.ai. Over the years, the organization has grown. It has got its presence across 30 countries. It has a revenue of $140 million. It has provided solutions across different sectors, as I said, and a market cap of $1 billion. For me, I joined this organization about 4 years back, so I would put it as OrionPro 2.0, which was an IP-led, growth story that we are talking about. And as we are providing solutions in the banking and the other sectors, we are also looking to expand our payment capabilities in the region. We started with our presence in India, where we are a regulated entity under the RBI. We are a payment aggregator and payment gateway service provider. But we are also present in the region in Singapore, where I am based, and we provide our solutions in the ASEAN markets, Hong Kong included as well. So just to give a very brief, detail of this, there are 4 verticals under which OrionPro has been providing solutions to the industry, especially from a technology standpoint. Banking solutions for transaction banking, lending solutions. We have products and platform that cater to loans, whether it is wholesale or whether it is retail. Fintech solutions, we are present in treasury and capital markets. And from a tech standpoint, we have been providing solutions in the mobility sector. There is smart city solutions. We are talking about data and hybrid cloud services. And finally, payments. So these are the areas where we have, been growing. And finally, as I said, Arya.ai, which is an AI fintech, was bought. And this fintech was started by some IITians, again, working together like a campus like this. And they built this particular platform, which matured. It became a 12-year-old company. And OrionPro bought that last year. So when I look at the ICT, and when Ashish told me that, this is a summit that we are organizing, I actually wanted to understand more about what he was talking about from an ICT industry vertical standpoint. And this is my first time that I am participating, unlike some of you who have been here in the previous years. So when I looked at these numbers, right, of course, I knew that ICT as an industry vertical is definitely a very strong, and growing very with robust growth. The numbers look really staggering, and this is what we are talking about India, right? So the Indian digital economy is crossing the $400 billion as we speak, and by 2030, it is expected to cross $1 trillion. At the same time, when I look at these different verticals, the investments that are going into cybersecurity, cloud computing, and your 5G and IoT, these numbers, and of course you are very familiar to this because you all come from, this industry. But when I look at it, I find these numbers to be really very staggering, and that's where I see opportunity for organizations or service providers like us to provide digital payment solutions, which is what I am talking about. Of course, the Indian digital economy, as we can see, is growing very, very strongly. Likewise, we talked about fintechs. I think Janpreet mentioned about 157,000 odd startups, out of which 1% succeed. But having said that, these the volume and the value that has gone into the fintechs is staggering. And this 150 billion, what we are talking about today, the market size, is expected to double in the next 5 years. So that again, it tells us, how the industry is going to grow when we look at startups, when we look at, technology which is going to come into the industries where these businesses are going to operate. And finally, when I look at SMEs, because to be honest, while solutions are there for the large corporates and enterprise, SMEs are the ones who are really struggling. And to see that there is a inclination for these SMEs to look at digital solutions, that is very encouraging. So with that, let me just share with you what are the challenges which, and I'm sure if you are an SME, you are experiencing this. So when we started looking at, and this is a survey which was conducted, And when I looked at this, right, payments, ultimately when we talk about business, ultimately what is important and what makes a business successful is if they are able to manage their cash flows better. Now, when I look at this data and we look at saying, when it comes to B2B payments, because unless there are payments which are made to the supplier is unable to invest and come up with more produce and goods that can be sold out in the market. What we see is that only 30% of the suppliers receive payments on time. When we look at the majority of them, about 63% of them do not receive their payments as per their whatever the credit terms are, and there is always a delay. And in 7% of those cases, it results into bad debts. So what are the key takeaways, as we look at it, right? I mean, the first thing that comes is that, of course, there is so much stress on the cash flows because of the delayed payments. There is a disruption in the supply. That's one thing. This negative trend that what we are talking about does impact profitability, which is what you are, I'm sure all those who are going through this, this experience would realize that. And finally, when it comes to, when we look at us for some of these companies, 72% of the companies expect customer insolvencies. So translating that into some of these bad debts that what we are talking about. And finally, the geopolitical situation and the trade tariffs which we are, experiencing today is really making the situation far worse than what it was for the SMEs. Furthermore, when we look at it, right, I mean, when we try and understand what are the reasons the B2B customers make their payments late, the first thing is that, of course, there are liquidity issues. And that is what the main reason is, why they are unable to pay their suppliers. So what happens is that there are delays in payments, as a result of which, there are other consequences. Sometimes businesses talk about the entire payment process which they are managing today is so manual and cumbersome that it takes time to process those invoices. And finally, there are disputes on the invoices which are submitted, and as a result, there are delays as far as the payments are concerned which go out to these suppliers. So what are we talking about here, right? I mean, there is an issue where the entire inefficiency of this entire, supply or payment system results in delayed payments. It results in the number of credit days which are there, which actually to look at it, it's about 52 days. That is increasing, and as a result of which there is an inventory buildup, there is cash gets locked up and results in major strains in the operations of the businesses, primarily the suppliers. So having faced these issues, right, I mean, there are more data that comes in, as we start looking at some of these surveys which were conducted with businesses. And if you look at this graph, right, and it talks about the number of days the payments are outstanding. So here we see, and again, so those who are optimistic would say that, hey, compared to last year, if you look at it, most of them have said that the payments that they have received takes the same time what they received last year. But if you look at those who have said that it takes a longer time, that is where the worrying part is. That means that the payouts which are coming from their anchor clients to the suppliers is getting delayed, and that is the worrying part. What it does is that, of course, it is putting a strain on the working capital of the suppliers who are trying to manage their business. We are talking about exposure to customer payment risk. So most of these suppliers are then getting worried that will we receive the payments at all, and that is what the bad debt portion that we are talking about. And from any anchor client perspective, right, delaying a payment is a very short-term strategy. I believe that whenever you are making your suppliers wait and keep on running or chasing after you for receiving their payments, I think it is putting a strain on the relationship. Of course, there are practical reasons, but it really is not the solution for managing your suppliers and ensuring that you have a good relationship as far as the vendor management is concerned. So what are the main sources of financing? And that is something which I wanted to talk about, as we look at digitizing payments and what is it that we are going to experience over the next 5 to 10 years. So typically a business would have traditional methods. They would go to banks for getting loans. They would look at invoice financing. That is something which we all know. Trade credit, again, that is something where they borrow money from the market. And finally, they have their own reserves where they put in, where they put the money out there, and they are able to buy whatever they are requiring from a business standpoint. So typically, there are traditional lending methods that we see, but it does involve a lot of paperwork. So whenever it comes to taking a bank loan, of course, we all know the amount of efforts that go in and finally the time that it takes. So there is an aspect of the time factor and the opportunity cost, which is a big concern when it comes to going to banks for loans. Cost of finance is, of course, a very important parameter and consideration for any businessman to consider, whether it is a buyer or whether it is a supplier. And finally, it is the pressure that is put on the suppliers to manage their working capital. As I said, if the supplier doesn't have cash flows, it is very difficult for him to invest and grow their business. So what is it that we are trying to do as a payment service provider, and what are the trends that we are seeing in India is what I would want to share in the next few slides. So the good thing is that when we talk about digital transformation, right, there is a lot of changes that we have seen, especially in the last 5 years, when it comes to B2B payments. I think Janpit spoke about investments which have gone into fintech for B2B payments, which is much smaller, and that actually gives the opportunity for businesses to invest in B2B solutions and to see how you can digitize this entire process, which is quite disrupted. The second piece that we are seeing is that the investments or digitization has happened in primarily 4 sectors. We are talking about banking, we are talking about financial services, insurance is another one that we have seen, and they have contributed to this growth in digitization that we have seen. But there is opportunity to grow beyond that, and there are these different sectors which we are looking at that should contribute to digital transformation. And at the same time, whether it is fintechs, whether there are companies, they have invested in digital platforms, and that also is growing at a very steady rate. What is also important and what we have seen in the last 5 years is the fintech-led innovation. When we talk about fintechs, they have worked with the banks, they have worked with the financial institutions, they have worked with the businesses, and they have come up with solutions which has helped them to manage the end-to-end process and provide digital solutions. Automation of supply chain is a classic example. We are talking about even payrolls, meeting compliance requirements, and finally reducing the friction which actually we experience when it comes to managing operations. That is something that fintechs have brought to businesses when we are talking about digital transformation and fintech-led innovation. Along with digital transformation, again, the risk of managing cyber security is also, or cyber threat is also very important. And as a result of that, what we are talking about is that systemic risks need to be addressed, and security solutions and technology has to, keep up pace with whatever cyber attacks. And again, it was presented in the slide presentation earlier, where Asia Pacific, I just got to know that it ranks up there. So that is something that you really need to look at, and that's one area that needs a lot of investments and developments to ensure that you are able to protect your business from cyber threats. And finally, real-time solutions, providing seamless solutions and efficient solutions has also come in. So one big example that we all experience here is the phenomenal growth of UPI payments. In fact, if you look at it, India is recognized as a pioneer when it comes to real-time payments. If you recollect, there were days when we were all talking about using credit cards and debit cards. Now nobody really looks at a debit card in India, right? It's all UPI payments. Not only that, I mean, when we looked at the numbers, about 49% of the global real-time transactions were processed in India, and out of that, 70% are on the UPI platform. The other thing that has happened is that the India digital stack is being exported to other regions. So there have been, countries like in ASEAN, we have seen countries including Thailand, Malaysia, they are looking at collaborating and offering UPI-like solutions, and those are the capabilities which are being offered in the region. So when it comes to next-gen digital payments, right, what is it, what are the best practices, what are the things that really have made digital payments success and will continue to do that? So I've listed a few points over here. First and foremost, it is important that the standards that we use are aligned with the global standards. So when we talk about payment security, there is a PCI DSS standard, which is something that we all need to comply with. The regulatory mandates in India, sorry, is there an echo or something? No, I think somebody was speaking. Sorry. Okay. So regulatory mandates. So again, RBI has been at the forefront when it comes to, putting a framework together. And we as payment service provider, we experience it every day. RBI looks for how you are doing, what are the, practices that you are following. They do their audits. And that is something that is really going to help, to progress this digital transformation that we are talking about. Innovation in payments is definitely required, and that is something that we have seen. Now, whether it is B2C payments or whether it is B2B payments, I think it is important that one has to, be one step ahead when it comes to providing solutions. Now, I'll give you a simple example, right? When we talk about supplier onboarding, earlier on, it would take, for a company to onboard a supplier, it would take anywhere between 3 to 6 months. Why? Because most of the checks and balances that any organization had to do was done manually. Today what has happened is that thanks to the digital infrastructure which has been created, where you can actually validate the documents, whether it is the GST, whether it is the PAN number, whether it is the ultimate business owner requirements, all that can be validated digitally. And as a result of which you are able to crunch this entire onboarding time from 3 to 6 months to literally 2 weeks, and it can be done in a much shorter time. So these kind of innovations are required, and these are fintechs which are actually bringing those innovations to businesses. Customer protection, again, this is one of the key RBI initiatives where they have said that whatever business you are doing, you really need to ensure that the customer is protected, and any complaints which are raised have to be addressed by the ombudsman person. And this is something that we as a regulated entity are following, and I'm sure this will come into the markets where you also would have to look at, from a customer standpoint, are you protecting his interests? So that's another important aspect which has come in when we talk about putting a digital ecosystem in place. Fraud and risk management, again, it was mentioned in the earlier presentation, and I believe that as we digitize our end-to-end transaction flows, it is very, very important that we protect and identify which are the genuine transactions and which are coming through botnets and which are coming as cyber attacks. So this fraud risk management tools and platforms are very important. Financial inclusion is again an aspect for a country like India, very, very critical, because it is not just about managing digital payments for a small set of consumer base or businesses. The benefits have to reach to the lowest rung in the pyramid, and anybody who is there, whether it's in tier 4 city or tier 3 city, they have to see the benefits of having this digital transformation taking place. Finally, we are talking about two things: ensuring that receivables are managed far more effectively and efficiently, and cross-border payments. Again, this is a very important aspect. I am sure quite a few of you are doing businesses where either your suppliers are abroad or your clients are in other countries. And from that perspective, platforms like us, where we are providing those capabilities for processing cross-border transactions, can really help manage your businesses in a far more efficient manner. So, if I look at it, payment security, innovation, regulatory mandates, really these are the top 3 points which come to my mind when we look at, what is it that is really going to impact and influence how we do business in the next 5 to 10 years. Finally, when I look at the digital India, again, this point about, and we all know that artificial intelligence, machine learning, blockchain, these are the new capabilities which every business will have to imbibe to be competitive in the future. And this is something that we are talking about, how we can incorporate that, including in our payments platform. That's one thing. Solid regulatory framework, I just spoke about it. It is very, very important that the government or the central bank is putting this regulatory framework which helps businesses to manage their, the way they do business in a very regulated and efficient way. As we become more and more digital, there will be threats, there will be issues, and it is important for the regulator to be on top of the game as far as managing this framework is concerned. Global standard, again, when we are creating platforms, when we are creating solutions, it is not just for a local market. Again, another point which I think was covered, you have to have an ecosystem which will cater to the international requirements. The more we are aligned with international standards, the better it is going to be for us to scale. Moving away from closed loop solutions for ease of implementation, but to follow global acceptance standards. And finally, when I look at the digital economy, again, as I said earlier, India's digital economy is definitely growing. It will contribute as much as 20% of the GDP by the year 2030. What is important is that the productivity of such a digital economy is going to be 5 times more than what we see today. And finally, what is important to make this success is the digital infrastructure, the solutions that you are going to bring in, the 5G technology that we are talking about. Intermediaries like ourselves can also, play a big part, and there is room for quite more to, come into it, especially for B2B when we are looking at the overall Indian economy as, as it grows over the years. And finally, the traditional sectors also have to grow. There is enough opportunity, and that is what is going to contribute to the success and make India a much more digital economy that we are aiming for. With that, I'd like to thank you for the time that you have given me, and I hope this was an interesting session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate
Thanks.
it.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's just the beginning of the conversation. You are going to make the presentation available.
We have my team. I have my product manager as well as my business lead who are here and who will be making a 90-second speech talking about what what we can do. So that's where it is. So thank you once again.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
One full of data, second full of innovation. Let's talk a little differently. So first let me introduce myself and my organization. I represent HP Incorporation, HP Inc. HP was a company which got separated between two companies, HP Hewlett Packard Enterprises. He said Hewlett Packard, so I just want to clarify. And HP Inc. is on the other side. We had the logo, Hewlett Packard got into a new logo. And we are basically a hardware company, and how we are trying to change ourselves, that we're going to talk here. Hardware means we are the desktop, notebook, workstations, peripheral, polish, all these products belongs to our side, while storage and servers belong to Hewlett Packard. Just to clarify, where we are standing as a company. HP, we are the Palo Alto based US MNC, the $65 billion. I belongs to India, HP India. I take care of the commercial channel, and I'm also leading as a vertical, which is SMB plus LB, which 99% of the startup falls into that category. So I want to start with a couple of things, and then want to take through and want to explain what HP is doing, and which is very relevant to this forum. First of all, thanks Akash and Gates India chapter, giving me this opportunity and giving the opportunity talking to so many people. And I think I'm a firm believer, I belongs to the IT industry last 30 years through and through. I have seen, I think one thing which is very constant to the life is the change. And if you adopt the changes, if you go with the changes and you get into the right shape, then this change can be very effective. End of the day, you cannot stop the changes. Change is the only constant in the life. So we are changing. What we are changing here, we have seen in the past in IT industry completely was always part of the devices. We are selling the devices as a fulfillment. Any organization require we based our approach towards that from a devices point of view. What we want to change and what we have started working in last couple of years, that how from device to outcome based selling we need to change. And that is a journey which we want to incorporate, and we want to take you through that. Couple of things. I want to take couple of examples here. If you see how the industry moved, and since I'm from the IT hardware industry, I'll talk there. If you see last 30 years, initially industry started from the desktop industry. That's what the hardware we were carrying. Then hardware, this time came, then suddenly people start realizing that notebook will take over the hardware. At the same time, there were interjunction with the mobility. And we all used Nokia phones, which is the basic phone. And we, at that point of time, even connectivity on the move was one of the biggest dreams for the human mankind. You are going anywhere, you have a device which is you are always connected. From there, and I'm talking different waves which we have seen in last 30 years, and then I'll come to the topic which HP is trying to bring. I'm just setting up the stage for that. Now that time, suddenly we saw the smartphone interruption happened, and people started with the idea that smartphone will have a better picture, camera and music, and then Sony will take over, iPod will go away. But what happened? The first wave of a smartphone was only that. Then Apple got into the open source, and when the app ecosystem has taken the smartphone, I'm just trying to tell that how devices innovation take over, and finally the use cases of the industry happens. When the app ecosystems came, the real usage of smartphone got into the action. Our dependability on Uber app or any app, and we are talking about the app ecosystem. I think your phone become your bank, your phone become your mobility, your phone become your food. Everything is coming from the phone. But it is because of that point of time, smartphone was started with that, and then technology evolved as a use case of that. Similarly, one of the changes which human mankind has seen, when 2020, very unfortunately, Corona hit the universe, and at that point of time, the hybrid work got a real meaning. Prior to that, we also understanding that you can connect. See, I'll tell you, I worked from and IT, one of the industry which was in boom at that time, because everyone started realizing that you require a computer, you require entire ecosystem. From a normal PC at home, I put a notebook, a larger screen. Then I put a UPS because I need to be uninterrupted. Then I need 5G, higher bandwidth. So I built the entire ecosystem. When Corona is gone, how the world has adopted today, it is irrelevant. And particularly the young people in the room, irrelevant where you are. We have become 24/7. The technology adopted. What are the problem? The first problem was when you are in a noisy place, then probably taking a call was difficult. And then the noise cancellation came, the kind of headset came, you are beating the drum, maybe 30 feet away or 20 feet away, you will not get a single noise from your phone, because it is only capturing the noise a thumb distance which is coming. I can take a call today if I'm traveling from Delhi to Madras at the airport, keeping a backdrop. Nobody knows where are you sitting. So why I'm saying the technology getting into the new waves, and every wave has a new ideation, new use cases. Now after Corona gone, one change happened, that AI is the word which is going to disrupt the universe. Being pioneer in IT, one of the largest company, it is very, very important for us how we are going to lead this change. So what will happen? I think this point I want to talk as an example again. The workforce. One point of time, people going to office, 9 o'clock, leaving at 5 o'clock. The hybrid work environment has changed the entire world. There are no hours. And as an entrepreneur, as a startup, two things are very critical for you. How healthy the knowledge of your workforce, how happy he is. And this is just I'm taking example. So if you are not using the right way the technology, the success of your employees, the success rate of the employee is going to be down every passing day, and the productivity will go for a toss. Now, I'm flipping few slides. I want to talk couple of more points before getting into this. I think I want to take an example how a ISV ecosystem or partner ecosystem will take place when we are talking to a IT hardware company and how we are getting into from a devices to the end customer base, outcome based selling. Let me take an example here. We are working with one of the ISV with the healthcare. See, one of the problems we want to solve in the country, healthcare. A typical use of the 5G case where previously as a company we were talking to the that you take the notebook, you take the monitor, you take the printer, but now what we are doing, we have created a solution and which we can be demonstrate some point of time that there is an unmanned kiosk, there is an invasive, non-invasive testing can be done. It is having on the back end doctor connected. So in the remotest part of this country, if you are going and in a village a person want to get treated, he can stand up at that kiosk. The kiosk is having enough sensors, can get the temperature, can get the oxygen level, can get the sugar level if it is invasive. Immediately the data can be sent to the doctor and the doctor can prescribe, and on the back end it is connected to the some pharmaceutical company so that he can get the medicine also at his doorstep. So from a seller of a notebook, desktop, monitors, displays, when now we are talking to the customer, when we are talking to the industry, we want to create these kind of use cases where probably a desktop is involved, a display is involved, a camera is involved, a sensor is involved, a printer is involved, everything, but it is rightly packed with a partnership with one of the ISV ecosystem partner. So I am here and to welcome any idea which we have where we can have more and more partners involved with our outcome based selling. I'll try to show one video. It's in the last RAN, I don't know. So we are as a country going into the verticalized solutions. Healthcare example I have quoted. We have gone into manufacturing and this country, the best part is as you go into tier of the cities, it's not that Madras is the place in Tamil Nadu which we require it. You go to Coimbatore, go to Madurai. We have gone to Surat as a location where we worked with the diamond industry, where we worked with the kind of solutions. We can work with them, the lab grown and the original diamonds both. So ISV ecosystem partnership we are looking for in every vertical. I welcome anyone, my coordinates are here, my team is here, which if you require and we have a right solution, as a company, HP have that ability to take you through with the massive country we have, the layered country we have, from class A to class 10 of town, we can give you that approach. I want to play a video here, which we have I think we were having two presentations with a lot of data point, but I want to talk in this room a couple of positive things. One, we are in the golden era of the AI industry. Why is golden era? I've seen multiple phases, but in our country still, the IT penetration is at 17%. Still people are using IT for IT purpose. When I'm talking to create this partner ecosystem, I'm trying to create the use cases of the IT. If we get into that, the penetration level has to go from 17 to 35, 50, whatever. US standard is 70%. So we have huge growth, huge opportunity waiting for us. Only thing what we require the right opportunity, right partner ecosystem tie-up. So with this, and we are still very, very under digitized in SMB. India is having 70 million of SMB registered, out of which only 3 million is still having a mail ID or digitized. End of the day, the way government process and policies are changing, the way industry requirements are changing, the way the solutions we are talking of the payment gateway or any other AI solutions, I think everyone has to adopt the AI and has to be digitized. For that, I think the penetration has to go up with the right kind of tie-ups and ecosystems. We already have ties with around 64 ecosystem partners. We have across India 5,000 partners who can take our solutions to the masses. These are the few names which are there, which are not selling the IT hardware, but with having the right tie-ups and with the right solution approach, with the right messaging for that segment of the customer, we are right now reaching to the masses. In the last, I want to play one video.
So we offer solutions primarily to almost all 5-star hotels in India. Carrot being a pure software player, we started thinking that, we need to have a strong hardware partner also. Can the hardware be more robust? Can it be a turnkey solution kind of scenario? HP, has helped us to open up new revenue streams. We were able to bring this valuation to the customers.
Welcome. This is the time to understand the customer need correctly and giving the right solution. HP is creating a partner ecosystem, tying up with the ISVs and provide the right solutions. Let me introduce to one of the prominent ISV.
Carrot is a Hyderabad-based company. We have started offering solutions for hospitality since the year 2021. That is how it started. Now we offer more than just invoicing solution. We have GST compliance solutions, which is a tax compliance software, and we have the data reconciliation platforms. And also we of the hotel. Users started asking, can the hardware be more robust? Can it be a turnkey solution kind of scenario? Carrot being a pure software player, we started thinking that, we need to have a strong hardware partner also, so that we can bring the entire value proposition to the customers that which we already have acquired.
As you said, keeping the customer understanding hardware, software, how you see HP collaboration is changing the life for the customer?
Like as I mentioned, we offer a truly valuable package to our end customer. Today, we are spread across Marriott's, Accor, Hyatt, Radisson, Hyatt. Eventually, they are the ones who are getting the benefit from one vendor, one solution provider. End to end, we were able to offer the solutions rightly as required by the customers. Earlier, we were not able to do that. With HP, we were able to bring this value addition to the customers, along with our solution positioning as well.
From a customer endpoint, when a hardware vendor and a software company go in a collaborative manner and talk to him, how it has changed the life for a customer point of view?
For customer, they just look for one vendor, who can provide end-to-end solution. That is what HP has enabled us to do that. Right? With this, we are able to address the problems of the customers, not just in the solution, but rather in the hardware side as well, right? By bringing in the HP's infrastructure.
As a last question, what is, as a leader, as an entrepreneur leading the Carrot Trade, your expectation from a brand like HP?
So, like I had mentioned earlier, HP, has helped us to open up new revenue streams and also to become one-stop solution provider for the hotels to look up to. And that is how we are bringing in the value addition to the customers. It's not just about the software. By combining hardware, we are bringing the true solutions that empower the hotel, where they can focus on their core product, which is, giving the best experience to the customer or the guest. So that is how we are adding value to the hotels, and also HP empowering us to add value to the customers indirectly.
Thank you. To listening it, the last thing which I want to talk as a hardware company, We are not only selling the devices. Couple of solutions I want to talk it here. We have a solution called G-Boost, where in your organization we optimize the graphics power. If you have 20 workstations and you are using 10, and somebody requires more graphics, with the help of the software, we can do that. I'm saying these are the things which generally we do not talk. I want to talk in this forum. We have a HP Anywhere. We acquired a company called Teradici a couple of years back. We call it HP Anywhere, which is the seamless video connectivity. And the technology is so good that, in multiple screens, multiple locations on a normal internet, you can do the video streaming. We have acquired a company called Hyman, which is, this is the new level of innovation which we want to do on the devices from a normal compute, how the other devices will get added to the periphery for the capturing the data, doing the AI analysis, and helping our customers and partners. So these are a couple of things. I think the message is simple and clear that we need real ISV ecosystem tie-ups to deliver solution to our customer, the outcome-based solutions to our customer. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Appreciate HP's support. Being
Thank you.
part of this conversation.
Thank you.
here.
Mike.
Yes. No, I'm sorry. Nice to see your presentation. Thank you.
Can I have some more mics?
Yes.
Quick, I need. Hello, can I have some more mics? I need more mics. I need 3. Hurry up.
At this point, oh my gosh. All right, at this point, it's finally working. Let's see if I can get through Smart Kids without any more errors, any more mistakes, any more technical failures. So if you are a brand name,
put the
and I
holding
just
slide here.
mentioned you are in the first category, and you're not already checked in with Wendy, please make your way to this corner of the room. Wendy today conveniently is wearing a bright blue shirt. You can't miss her. Up, there she comes. She is going to make sure everyone is in the appropriate order, has a microphone when they need it. All channel partners in the room, when you came in, you were given a voting device. Keep it close at hand. Not given. Oh my gosh. Okay. No, that's not a technical, that's a human error, not mine. Do me a favor. I'm going to ask the gates team, if you can ask Jana and some other hostesses to come in with a voting device. If you don't have one, simply raise your hand and try to grab their attention.
Mic on, mic off.
You came in through the back door. That is a human error, but that's not our error. You came in through the front door. Okay, I'm corrected. So, Malik, if I can ask you to bring in some voting devices and just give them to the channel partners who don't already have one. You do have a few minutes. Don't worry. I'm not going to get too far out in front. Of course, all of you raising your hand, all of you anticipating what comes next. You've seen this before. You know what it's all about. But I do have to mention not just to the channel partners, but to some of the scale-ups and the young founders who are joining us for the first time. We use Smart Pitch as an opportunity in a rapid-fire way to bring to the stage some of the best and brightest in the exhibition area. A lot of these products are ready to be deployed today, are mature, but we still try to capture a little bit of the spirit of the technology startup and their elevator pitch, right? So you would have 90 seconds in an elevator to make your most compelling, convincing, persuasive pitch to a potential partner or buyer. That's what it's all about here. This is really an infotainment session. We want you to see in a very quick way all the brands, all the people that you have an opportunity to engage with over the course of the event. Now, we do gamify it a little bit just to keep it interesting and to turn the pressure up a little bit more on the presenters. They have strictly 90 seconds. Everyone takes the stage. When I say now, their time begins. They can do whatever they want in that 90 seconds. They can do a demo, they can do a role play, they can do a straightforward pitch, they can show PPT, they can show a video. 90 seconds belongs to them. But after 80 seconds, you'll hear tick-tock, tick-tock. It gets progressively louder. At 90 seconds, you hear a gong, we cut the microphone, and they exit the stage, keeping everyone strictly on time. And to turn the pressure up just a little bit more, back to those voting devices, which you don't have yet. Is that right? All right, go ahead and distribute those if you can. Bring them out. The voting devices are going to be used for an opportunity for you to select the best of the best, those products that you want to recognize as best in class for that particular category. So really that's what it's all about. We have 3 categories here in Smart Pitch, so we're going to have 3 rounds of pitches and 3 votes. Next slide, please. The categories are innovation, game changer, and future forward. These are really catch-all categories, right? However you define innovation, right? What is the next big thing? What is a leap forward? What is something you see perhaps for the very first time here at the event? Game changer, what rewrites the rules of the conventional business. However you define that, keep that in mind. You're evaluating these products and technologies and solutions based on innovation, game change, and being future forward. Do you have the voting devices yet? Oh my gosh. You know what? I'm going to do it myself in just a moment. Where did they go? Oh my gosh. Okay. I promise you'll have them shortly. I want to get started. Our first presenter, the category is innovation. There are a few presenters that have slides or they have a video. Listen up, this is important. We have moved the PPT from here to the back. So the wireless presenter does not work. We're simply going to ask you to say next slide, and they will advance it for you. Okay, welcome to the stage. First up in the innovation category, Fortinet. No applause, no applause. No, they didn't win anything yet. We're going to keep this moving in a quick rapid fire session. I would encourage you, everyone has the same platform. Give them 90 seconds of your undivided attention and then give them serious consideration in the award category. Are you ready?
Yeah.
All right. I'd ask you to hold the microphone up here.
Yeah.
You have 90 seconds and it begins right now.
Thank you. Good evening, gentlemen. So today I'm going to talk about today networking, why security is very important. So when you connect any of the devices in the network without a proper security, which is something like very risky for every customers, right? And this will create a challenges for any businesses as well. And if you see about, I'm sorry.
PowerPoint?
Yeah, I have a PowerPoint.
Say next slide.
Yeah, next.
Next slide.
I think you have to give me more time.
I will give you more time. Okay, if they can't get the slides right, I'm pretty sure the timer isn't even working either. So, keep going.
And next.
Next slide. Oh my gosh. There we go.
Yep. So as I highlighted, when you talk about connecting a devices in the network without a proper security, it's something like very risky, right? And you need to, it will be like challenge for the customer businesses as well. And as well as like, let's see, like if you see about the explosion of IoT devices, which is something nightmare, and introducing those devices. And also, when you have a point product, like identify the expertise, intelligent to handle all these elements, all these point product will be another challenge as well. And also as per the latest survey, the security professionals are looking for a vendor consolidation because they have to be more efficient for simplify their work, and that is something they are looking for a vendor consolidation to make this networking and security from a single platform. So next. So if you see this left side, this is the old way of networking, just trust everything and connect everything, right? But if you see the new way of networking, which is nothing but a secure networking, you can see trust nothing and check everything. I'll give you 10 more seconds. Finish this off. Oh my God. Good point. Here. Thank you. So when any users are connected, when any device is connected, it will be completely you have to see the visibility, who is the user, what type of devices they are connecting, and what type of data they are accessing in the network. It's just something all the experts are asking for a vendor consolidation and thing. Next. So we built a common operating system called 40OS, which is something integrating the security tool and the networking tool, whatever we have in our portfolios, which will help you to integrate the platforms, and it will give you a secure connections as well. So anybody connects to the network, which will be completely protected so that they will have a secure connection altogether. Next. So if you see our portfolio, when you talk about when you talk about a SASE, when you talk about switches or wireless or SD-WAN, WLAN, next. SD-WAN. So we are the Gartner leaders because the Gartner have been recognized. The single operating system, what we have, when I say security platform, converging the networking and security, this is our single platform. You can see here, which will be placed in all the Gartner leader, talking about networking leader or whatever thing. Next. And when you ask me why to choose Fortinet, we provide we deliver a strong security, and we provide a smarter networking with the help of AI to give a visibility and the automation. And also it is easy for you to buy our solution, deploy it and to manage it, which is something simple, and it will be completely reduce the complexity and the cost. That's it. Thank you so much for your time. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. All right, we turn the pressure up even a little bit more with some technical challenges. But our next presenter in the innovation category, I want to welcome to the stage SQ1 Security. If you would join us up here. SQ1 is the next presenter in the innovation category, and that is not your company, that is not your brand.
Just a sec, before starting the video.
Okay, now I've got to be official, right? I'm not going to give you 2.5, 3 minutes like I did Fortinet, all right? I think we got this nailed down. I think we're ready for it. Your 90 seconds begins right now.
Good evening all. I am Prabhu from SQ1 Security. It gives me a great privilege to introduce our product, AI-powered Zero Trust Enabled Vulnerability Management tool, Scanify. So let the video do the talking. And if you guys have any questions, we are present in booth B13. Thank you. Video.
Too many alerts, no clear way to prioritize what matters. Scanify, AI-powered vulnerability management that discovers, prioritizes, and remediates risk faster. Your command center for vulnerability intelligence, with real-time visibility into threats and risk distribution across your environment. With continuous agent-based scanning, vulnerabilities are detected in real time across endpoints, including servers and VMs, desktops and laptops. This reduces the time systems remain exposed. IIS measures true business risk by combining severity, exploitability, and impact into one score, so you fix what matters first. The Visibility Index measures how widely vulnerability is discussed publicly across social media. Grouping data by geography. Monitors SLA-based dashboards, integrating notifications across channels for SLA violations. AI correlates global threat feeds, to detect emerging exploits. Take the smarter path to security. Experience Scan 5 in action now.
And that's 90 seconds.
And that's 90 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Up next in the innovation category, I want to welcome to the stage IndyRise. You will take your place here, up on the stage, bright lights. You have how much time?
Hello. 90 seconds.
And not 1 second more.
Yes.
Are you ready for us?
Okay, yeah.
I know you had a few slides, right?
Yes.
So simply say, next slide, okay, and they will advance.
Okay, sure.
Fingers crossed.
Yes.
All right?
Thank you.
Your 90 seconds begins right now.
Yeah, first slide, please. Hello, everyone. You can go to the first slide. Yeah, please start. Next. Yeah, so you must be wondering, what is this? So this is actually, if you look into this carefully, these are all what if I told you. It looks very cinematic, but all of these are AI-generated avatars. And that's what we actually are doing. This entire Gates promo video, which is now out on LinkedIn and all of the social media platforms, was done using an AI-powered unique pipeline. Next slide, please. So welcome to IndyRise. We are a team of creative people who are also dabbling with technology, and we work in the intersection of creative and creativity and technology. Next slide. Our flagship product, Indie Shots. If you could go to the next slide, please. Yeah. Our flagship product, Indie Shots, is an all-in-one pre-production pipeline which covers entire aspect of pre-production from textual scripting to on-set monitoring. And we focus on automating repetitive creative tasks while ensuring that the artistic integrity and the creativity of the artists are maintained. The result, it's a staggering 30% less efforts in planning and 30% less efforts in the cost part of the production aspect, and 40% overall reduced in time planning. And this is not the only thing. Next slide, please. We are also going to share the first looks of the product concept, which has already been tested out in few production houses. Next, like the images have to come. And we are the entire idea is we are not going to use AI to replace the creativity, but rather enhance it with the creative process. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So the first slide you showed, there might be some familiar faces there. You look out, right? So there is one, there is two. You made digital avatars of some of our channel partners. Me as well. You can check out the video. It's on our LinkedIn, and we'll share it again. I have to tell you, though, you took a picture of me, Ryan Mackey, and you ran it through and made an AI avatar, and it came out looking like Ryan Reynolds, right? My family said I look so much better. Oh, my gosh, thank you, really.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. I'm going to see if I can get you the award, okay? All right, you made me look good. Thank you very much. Our next presenter in the innovation category, I want to welcome to the stage Cosgrid. Hi. Welcome.
Hi, good evening, everyone.
Okay.
This is Murivel Muthu from Cosgrid Networks. So we all about predictive security to enterprises. Right? So let me get started.
No,
Waste your time.
I didn't say go. You expect extra time, but I'm not going to give it to you in the beginning.
Yeah, okay. I will just, yeah. Okay.
All right, are you ready for me?
Ready, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, next slide. Introduction slide, please. Oh, okay, not right.
I have to say go.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right. Your 90 seconds begins.
Yes, I'm ready. Yeah.
I know you're ready.
Yeah.
Your 90 seconds begins right now.
Thank you. Yeah. Hi, everyone. Good evening. This is cyber resiliency simplified with predictive security. That is our vision. Next slide. So today, enterprises are using a lot of tools. So there are like umpty number of tools, like 12 number of tools. There will be network security focused, endpoint focused. So it's a lot of fragments, and the security is completely fragmented. So the attackers are able to leverage the gaps in the security and then able to exploit vulnerability, and then we see a lot of attacks are happening. So that's why we have created something called Z3 SecOps, NetSecOps, which is like zero trust, zero touch, and zero glitch. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this is all about predictive security. So where we are able to combine multiple pillars of cybersecurity, whether it be context-aware monitoring, behavioral analytics, zero trust, continuous vulnerability assessment, and deep visibility, which is very much important for cyber resiliency. Today, nobody can ensure 100% security. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this is about, I think we have skipped one slide. Please, can you go up one slide? Okay, yeah, one slide before. Yeah, so, yeah, the core element of architecture is that it's a completely distributed, self-healing AI, easy to deploy compared to any other product in the market. So it is faster to deploy and revenues to channel partners as well as customers. Outcome based. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, great presentation. Great job. You didn't need any extra time.
Yes, exactly.
Here, you can take that back.
Thank you.
Our next presenter in the innovation category, I want to welcome to the stage Cario. This is, I believe, the final presentation in the category. So channel partners, I hesitate to ask, do you have your voting devices yet? No? Oh my gosh. All right, Malik, grab a fistful of them and just throw them out like it's Mardi Gras candy, okay?
Hi.
Okay, you are no stranger to this stage.
Yeah.
You were with us at the event in Bali in the
Yes.
Scale Hub.
Yes.
You have a little bit of advantage because you've practiced. You know what's going on.
Yeah.
How much time do you have?
90 seconds.
And that's all you
Last
need to
time
know?
it was 60 seconds.
Last time it was 60. I'm giving you a little bit of extra time here.
Yeah.
All right? Your 90 seconds begins right now.
Good evening, everyone. This is Naveen, founder of Cario. We have developed rapid meat testing kits for Indian Army. We are detecting the microbial contamination, the bacterial contamination in chicken and mutton within 10 to 30 minutes. We have these kits, and what we do is simply take this kit, this litmus paper type of strip. In this particular container, we take water and a small piece of chicken or mutton. If the color changes to pink, the test is positive, the chicken or mutton is contaminated, so you have to discard it. And it is being used by the Indian Armed Forces, Indian Army. We came in production in April, and we have deployed more than 10 lakh kits, that is 1 million kits to Indian Armed Forces. We have expanded to few of restaurants and hotels now. We are working, and recently we supplied to two major vendors in Chennai, so the contamination level will now decrease in Chennai as well. That's the agenda. So the concept is simple. If you are visiting any restaurant and you find any foul smell that is contaminated, you ask whether it has been tested by Cario or not. Thank you.
You've done this before.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I went out there myself to get the voting devices to throw them out, but they told me, are you channel partners? And you don't have a voting device? Okay, Malik, do it. Channel partners, raise your hand if you are a distributor. Okay, and what I am going to do, because this vote is done by the channel community, right? I'm going to ask, it's not an award that comes from Gates, it's an award that comes from you. I'm going to ask a distinguished member of that community to stand alongside me to give the trophy. This is an event from the Gates community, right? So first up, I wanted to ask actually Mohan Rajmani from Cash, if you would do us the honor of giving the first award in the innovation category. Okay, channel partners, you have 6 choices, right? In just a moment, Mohan, I know it's a long walk, huh? You can come all the way around here. Come on up, please. You have 6 choices in front of you. In just a moment, I'm going to say, make your selection, okay? We'll give you 20 seconds. After 20 seconds, we're going to sweep the room, collect, aggregate, and display live and in real time your choice. Who's deserving of the Innovation Award here at the Gates Smart Pitch. Okay? Fortinet SQ1, IndyRise, Cosgrid, Govy HCL, and Cario are your 6 choices. Do you have a device? You've got it in hand?
Yep.
Okay, well, you're the most important channel partner, at least for this vote anyway. Does everybody have one in hand? Oh my gosh. Wendy. I can't go any further unless I see 1, 2, 3 more votes. I promise. Promise. Okay? After innovation, we have 2 more categories. One is going to be game changer, and the other one is future forward. Again, they're catch-alls, right? But when you're evaluating these products, it's about the solution, it's about the technology. It's not about, okay, how creative or how convincing you found the pitch, but try really to evaluate based on that criteria. Okay, in just a moment, we're going to open the vote. Channel partners, all you do when I tell you is press the number of the company that you want to recognize as the winner. The category is innovation. You've got 6 choices. Make your selection right now. Press 1 for Fortinet, 2 for SQ1, 3 for IndyRise, 4 for Cosgrid, 5 for Gobi HCL, and 6 for Carrio. Let's see if you're right. The winner in the innovation category is, by a wide margin, congratulations to Carrio, if you'll join us on stage to collect that award. And I think it's only appropriate. Can we get a little bit of music going, right? This is a celebration. This is an award. I want to welcome to the stage one more time, not for a pitch, but to collect the innovation award, Carrio. Okay, we're going to be brave and move forward to that next category. It's called Game Changer. I want to do quickly every company that is nominated. If you are not already in the corner of the room with Wendy, please make your way now. It's Manage Engine, Orient Pro, HP, Lukavica, Ben Lycos, Foxit, ECT Cloud Solutions, and Curium Life. If you heard your brand name and you haven't already made your way to this corner of the room, please do so now. Platform is exactly the same. Just 90 seconds to make their most convincing, most persuasive pitch. First up is going to be Manage Engine, when you're ready for us.
Hi, Ryan.
Hi. So,
I'm not going to start before you let me to.
I have an assignment.
Please do.
Okay.
No, I said I'm not going to start before you ask me to.
All right. You've learned by watching the first round.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So tomorrow, Manage Engine has a keynote presentation.
Yeah.
That's 15 minutes.
Yeah,
Here at Smart Pitch, how much time do you get?
90 seconds.
Only. And
Yeah.
your 90 seconds begins right now.
So guys, this is Alan this side and I'm a part of Channels and Partners Management team. Let me not do the talking, the video will. Over to the video.
What's going on here?
I think we're
Clearly
getting
not
audio
the
here.
best day at work, is it? You see, the smallest things can spiral into the most chaotic moments, especially at work. No! Not another coffee spill! There goes a perfectly fine laptop, and all the data with it. Meanwhile, those never-ending, unorganized tickets start piling up. One click, and suddenly your entire business is exposed to a cybersecurity risk. As if that wasn't enough, there's a server issue? It can't possibly get worse than this. Oh wait, it can. Downtime. Again. Don't you just hate it when everything's out of control? Especially with the IT that powers your business? Well, there's just one thing to do. Control. Take control of your IT with Manage Engine. Power your business to be cyber resilient, ensuring a robust defense against potential threats. Gain visibility into your hybrid infrastructure with around-the-clock monitoring. Deliver a great end-user experience, ensuring customer and employee satisfaction.
Welcome up on stage.
Hello.
Bright lights, a little bit of pressure. You've seen some presentations before you. You know the drill.
Yes.
You know how it works.
Yes.
Are you ready?
Okay.
Do you think you'll win?
I'll try my level best.
Okay. You have 90 seconds, and it begins right now.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. It is a pleasure to be here at Gates ICT Summit 2025. I am Shruti, presenting AuroPay product. We are an RBI licensed payment aggregator and gateway. Next slide, please. Next slide. So as I said, we are an RBI aggregator. As I said, we are an RBI licensed payment aggregator and gateway. Over the next few days, wherein we are going to discuss smart automation, we believe it is an excellent opportunity to discuss automation of payments. Next slide, please. Imagine a typical business today, where sales is growing, operations are expanding, but whenever it comes to collecting payments, we are still struggling. We are still going very slow. In today's era, the B2B payments are still rely on check payments, and manual invoices. So here, to overcome this problem in the business, we have, being a digital payment service provider, build a powerful solution that is my platform, AuroPay. Here with AuroPay, we provide real-time digital payments along with embedded finance, which enable my customers to provide their payments using card acceptance and EMI payments. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You have 2 more seconds. Time is up. All right, thank you very much, Orient Pro. Up next in the game changer category is HP. I want to welcome HP back to the stage. No? Okay. All right, we move forward. Our next, Loka Viveka is our next nominee in the game changer category. Loka Viveka. Yeah, we're ready for you.
Thank you.
How do you think it's going so far?
Great.
Seamless, right?
Very.
We're doing our best. All
It
right.
helps with the nervousness.
It does. You've got 90 seconds, and it begins right now.
Thank you. So we spoke to hundreds of dealers and distributors like yourself and realized that there are 3 key challenges that everyone's facing in scaling up sales. What are those? Tracking, enabling, and automating your sales process. So at Loka Viveka, we created a stack of solution that helps solve for that. First, with Breeze, our field sales force management, it allows your field force to know where to go, when to go. It helps them predict demand, see retailer history, see what they want to order, and close demand when it arises. Second, we built MobiLearn, Instagram-style bite-sized videos. That's where the world is going. So you can talk to any team in any part of the country, send them product information in the language, send them a dealer detail, send them a scheme for New Year or Christmas. Record it as you go. What does that do? That makes sure that everyone has the same product knowledge, the same skill set, and the same information at the same time. So you can consistently check that they have developed, and you're able to engage them, test them, connect with them. And on top of that, we built an agentic voice AI, a bot that lets you streamline your entire sales process with human-like voice in more than 18 Indian and 30 global languages. You want to do a sales call, you want to schedule a meeting, you want to talk to them, you want to do a cross-sell, you want to book an order, and after that, also trigger things that you can enable it to do both inside and outside the system that you work in. So it's a dream team that never sleeps, never needs to eat food, never needs a vacation, and doubles your money. Cha-ching.
Cha-ching, right on time. Hey, high five. Great job. Great presentation. You can exit that way if you like. Our next presenter in the Game Changer category, I want to welcome to the stage Ben Lykos. Also no stranger to Smart Pitch, has pitched here and at our event in Bali. Ben Lykos is the next presenter. Taking 90 seconds to join us on stage, right? Ben Lykos is here. Wendy? No? He'll come back. Oh my gosh, okay. I give him less time though, huh? I'm going to penalize him. Our next presenter then, let's jump forward to Foxit, joining us on stage in the game change category. Is Foxit ready?
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Wendy.
Hey, I'm here.
There you are. All right.
Yeah. Please change the slides in every 20 seconds.
Are you ready?
Traditionally, organizations used to struggle with slow, heavy, and expensive tools, juggling between multiple platforms just to create, edit. Okay. So sorry, my bad.
You keep me waiting behind, build up a little bit of anticipation. Now, wait.
Yeah.
Are you ready for me?
Sure.
Okay. Your 90 seconds. Your 90 seconds begins right now.
Traditionally, organizations used to struggle with slow, heavy, and expensive platforms just to create, edit, and sign a single document. Sounds inefficient and time-consuming, right? Hi everyone, I'm thrilled to introduce you to Foxit, a complete game changer in the world of PDF technology and e-signs. Foxit has redefined a way organizations used to handle documents by blending cutting-edge innovations, setting unmatched efficiency and a new standards in the world of digital workflows. In today's generation, organizations just not need a basic PDF tool, they need a solution that's built for future. That's exactly where Foxit comes in. From AI-powered solutions to seamless e-sign capabilities, making sure you go paperless, to powerful integrations, we cover all. Foxit has been empowering teams across healthcare, finance, educational, and government, making sure you work faster, smarter, and secured. What makes Foxit a true game changer is its flexibility. You can deploy on-premises, in the cloud, or hybrid, making sure your business requirements are scalable. So, simply put, if you want your teams to go faster, smarter, and secure, join Foxit where innovation meets simplicity. Let's Foxit. Orange is the new red.
All right. Listen, I don't know about the Game Change Award, but you deserve something for enthusiasm for your company and
Thank
brand.
you.
Great presentation. Thank you. Up next, I want to welcome ECT Cloud Solutions, our next presenter in the Game Change category.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello, everyone.
Are you ready for us?
Yeah, ready.
How much time do you have?
90 seconds.
And it begins
Now?
right now.
Yeah. Okay, a few months back, my mama asked me to buy a mixer grinder. So, like a good child, which I am already, I started looking for a best mixer grinder in 5 to 6 marketplaces, and I went through 100 to 200 reviews only to get confused because someone has written the mixer grinder is great. Another guy writes, it blew up while making coconut chutney. So I got confused. When 100 to 200 reviews itself is creating so much of confusion and I'm not able to arrive at what the customer is trying to say, imagine the brands that are selling online. The brands are selling online multiple products, lakhs of products. They're getting crores and crores of reviews. In order to make sense out of it, it is a chaos right now. And that's where our product comes in, where we are providing brands solutions like Price Now and Review Now. So we help brands to understand what the customer is trying to say about the product to help them innovate. And also, we help the brands with pricing also. For example, for the Diwali sale, we help the brands, the customers of ours, to manage the discounts in such a way that their products are always available and it is available across India at all the pin codes. Due to this, we are adding value to the chaos. We are adding clarity to the chaos. Apart from that, regarding, again, the Mixie use case that I wanted to tell, you know what I ended up with? I bought a Mixie that could deliver faster because my mom said, I will cook upma if you don't buy mixie really. So due to that confusion, I couldn't find out what to buy. So I'm from B10, ECT Cloud, we are at B10. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, up next in the Game Changer category, Curium Life is our next presenter. Welcome.
Hi.
You've got just 90 seconds.
Absolutely.
Are you ready for us?
I was born ready.
All right, it begins right now.
My name is Vinayak Rengan and I'm a pediatric surgeon. I operate on small kids. Curium is the product of my lived experience as a surgeon. It's been 40 years since minimal access surgery, laparoscopy came about, and it's kind of pathetic that surgeons don't have a tool to measure things inside the abdomen or the thorax. They use scales, physical scales, threads, and sometimes just pure guesswork. And that is about to change with Curium SurgiMeasure. It's a real-time anatomical measurement tool that works on both 2D laparoscopy and 3D robotic surgery. It's platform agnostic, it's a software-only play, and absolutely no change in workflow. For the surgeon, it helps in bariatric surgery, measuring the bowel lengths, in oncology, to measure the margins. It helps in hernia surgery, prevents complications. For patients, shorter recovery times, better outcomes. For the hospital, great outcomes, lesser complications, lesser costs. This is truly a game changer. And we have deployed in one hospital, 4 deployments planned over the next 3 months. We are on the process for our CDSO, this thing. We have the surgeons. Our early round investing, friends and family, has been 13 surgeons who actually believe in this technology. And we are raising money for our Series A. So I think this is truly a game changer, and I welcome you to be a part of this journey. Simply put, we are some kind of a parking assist for surgeons. They've lived without it for so many years, but once you start using it, you can't go back to, being without any sort of measurements. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And thank you for sharing your technology with us.
Thank you.
Okay, channel partners, you see Ben Lykos is here or not? Not yet. Okay. So what we're going to do is move forward now, channel partners, with the voting device. Keep it out, because in just a moment, I'm going to ask you to select the best of the best in the Game Changer category. To do the honors of giving this award on behalf of the channel community, I wanted to ask Zakir Hussain from BDsoft if he would join us on the stage, please. Zakir is here? Yeah. Is that a conflict of interest? Zakir, sit back down. I'll bring you next time. No, really, sit back down. I'll bring you next time. I'm sorry, my mistake. There's a little bit of a conflict of interest in that one. In place of Zakir, who will join us for the next award, I want to welcome to the stage Harbhajan Singh from Infotech. If you would do us the honors up here on the stage. Excuse me, Zakir, I promise. Stay close. Okay. Did you bring your device? That's okay. It's okay. Come. It's okay. All right, channel partners, you have just 20 seconds to select the one company that you would like to recognize as the game changer here at Smart Pitch. Go ahead and make your selection right now. Press 1 for Manage Engine, 2 for Aurora Pay, 3 for HP Inc., 4 for Loka Viveka, 5 for Ben Lykos, 6 for Foxit, 7 for ECT Cloud Solutions, and 8 for Curium Life. Okay, time is up, and we're going to reveal in just a moment your choice. The Game Changer Award goes to... Congratulations to Curium Life, if you'll join us on stage to collect that award. Congratulations to you. Final category is something we call Future Forward. Giving that award is going to be from BD Soft, Zakir, but we thought with Foxit there might be a small conflict of interest there. So we move forward now. Game Changer is the category. If you are Paving Plus, 0 Watt Energy, Figital, Susan Future, Good Move, Desi Crew, or Fin OS, please make your way to this corner of the room if you're not already there. We want to make sure that Wendy sees you, has you in the right order, has a microphone in hand, equips you to take the stage and do your pitch in just 90 seconds. So Paving Plus is up first. What are you going to do here? Okay. Are you ready? All right, your 90 seconds begins right now.
Yeah, hi everyone. If you are coming in this hall from day to till death, we all are using the plastic waste. Directly or indirectly, we are touched with the plastic waste. If you ask the question, if you take this plastic waste, I've got these bottles in this hall. After that, what will be happen? If one answer comes, this will go for landfill. Yeah, this go for the recycle. But this not go for the recycle. Reason behind that, these have 3 types of the plastic. When it goes, then it needs to recycle all the thing. Today, all over the city, yeah, India have one mountain which was made by man, not by the God. Why? If you know that India have generating 13 million ton of the waste plastic every year. Only 30% you are recycling the plastic waste. And in the construction industry, we are generating the 13 million ton of the waste every year. So we are the company Paving Plus. We are recycling these types of the plastic waste and decarbonizing the construction industry and making these types of the paver blocks from different shape, size, design, as per your requirement. The best part of this product, this is the 30% cheaper in the rate, and if you put a 25 elephant in our paver blocks, nothing wear and tear will be come out. Also, this is the 50% lighter in the weight. We can supply from Kolkata to Bangalore. Right now, we have in the 4 states, Kolkata's rack pickers are directly working with us. Why? Because before that, they are collecting the only PET bottles, you have the value-added plastic bottle. Right now, we are taking any types of the plastic bottles. It's a single plastic bottle, yeah, MLP, anything. You are taking all types of the things. Right now, we are directly created a 2 lakh household impact in every day in Kolkata, West Bengal, and 500 families are we are creating the impact on the ground. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Strong start to the category. Can I ask you to bring this back, if you would, please? Give that to Wendy. So give that over here.
Okay, thank you.
So the next presenter has a microphone. Up next in the Game Change category, 0 Watt Energy.
Hello.
Microphone's working.
Yes.
You're in place.
Yes.
You ready?
Yeah.
You've got 90 seconds.
Yes.
And it begins right now.
Climate change is an existential threat to humanity. The world has realized this. The entire world is now moving towards a net zero, but there is one problem. We don't have the technology yet. Energy efficiency is the only thing which can be done right now. But at the same time, in every industry, there is significant amount of energy which is getting wasted, 30, 40, 50%. 0 Watt is created as a fundamental solution to this problem. It's an end-to-end IoT AI-based system which helps energy-intensive industries optimize their energy consumption and reduce their carbon footprint. 0 Watt is currently probably the most advanced energy process monitoring system in the world. But the real differentiator of the system, the most proprietary thing is there is an agentic AI-based digital brain which will automatically identify every possible energy wastage, every possible equipment health issues, and it automatically tells the users that this is what is happening and this is how you can prevent it. Literally like a digital brain for the entire industry. 0 Watt is currently used by hundreds of large industrial facilities across India in steel, chemicals, pharmaceuticals, different kind of manufacturing, and have been able to significantly reduce their energy consumption. AI is not just about consuming energy. AI can reduce the energy consumption by even 1,000 times also. Thank you.
Thank you. You have a little bit of extra time, but you can save that for the conversations at the stall. Up next, I want to welcome to the stage Figital, our next presenter in the Game Change category. I'm sorry, the Future Forward category.
Hi.
This is correct?
That's right. That's our brand.
Okay.
We
So
do have
would you like?
a slide though. Can be put up?
Can you put up the Figital Encash slide? There we go.
Perfect.
Are you ready?
Yep.
90 seconds begins right now.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. This is Haripriya representing Figital. We are a Gen AI fintech SaaS platform incubated by IIT. We go with our brand Encash. We are someone who's very passionate when it comes to employee financial wellness that we aim to cover in a holistic way, starting from tax planning all the way up to retirement. We have your financial wellness journey covered. Now, what is employee financial wellness? It is absence of money-related stress that we want to achieve for every individual. Now, how do we do it? Next slide. Is through a very simple yet a powerful approach that we call as a TRIP approach. T, which stands for tax optimization, where employees can significantly save on their taxes, having an increased take-home pay on a month-on-month basis, 100% compliant from an income tax rule. Second, from a retirement perspective, where we want to cultivate the habit at a very early start of your career, where you start contributing towards your NPS so that you have a comfortable retirement life and a very good corpus for you to enjoy. Third, from an investment perspective, where we have a specific wealth management team where employees will be able to have a one-on-one connect with our financial wellness experts, where we will be able to guide you where you can invest your money so that you're able to grow and multiply your wealth. The last one, P, which stands for protection, so that yourself and your loved ones are covered by insurance when it comes to financial and medical emergencies. Apart from this, we also cater into gift card, rewards, and expense claim management, one single digital adoption platform which caters to all of your needs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was 92.5 seconds, but okay, I'll give it to you. Susan Technologies as our next presenter in Future Forward.
Hi.
Welcome to you. We've seen several presentations go before you. I don't think you have any questions about how this runs.
No, I don't have it.
All right, how much time do you have?
90 seconds.
And it begins right now.
Thank you. Hi all, I'm Suresh Kumar, founder of Susan Future Technologies. We are pioneers in high altitude platforms for communication and surveillance. The next slide, please. Yes. In disasters or remote industrial zones, the first thing that fails is the connectivity. And without communication, the coordination breaks down, affecting rescue, safety monitoring, and production. Next slide. So we have developed our tethered aerostats, which creates communication and surveillance network instantly. So the helium-filled balloons floats at 300-meter altitude, carrying the communication gateways that connects with the ground sensors and the users locally. And any type of cameras will provide the surveillance and situational awareness from the vantage point. The ground handling system is completely autonomous that makes it to be reliably deployed in any harsh environments. This system acts as a new vertical layer, giving new data not that is possible before, that can be integrated with your existing smart city ICCs and industrial safety monitoring systems and automation systems. So I invite the partners here to join with us to deploy this in mines, ports, and remote industrial zones that can enhance your connectivity, safety, and intelligence anywhere, anytime. Thank you.
Thank you. Great presentation. You can exit from this way. Up next is Good Move. I want to welcome you to the stage, the next pitch in Future Forward. Step forward. Okay, are you ready?
Yes.
Are you sure?
We don't have a slide though. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay. Your 90 seconds begins right now.
Good evening, one and all. What is that one service that you hate to pay for, but end up paying every single day? Nothing other than the delivery charges. Not just the delivery charges, but the packaging fee, handling fee, surge fee, rain fee, GST on rain fee. Okay? Now let's talk from the perspective of a delivery partner. His job is not just limited to picking up a commodity and dropping at your doorstep, but he has to do a lot more tasks. He has to make n number of phone calls to the customer to check their availability. Search through 100 other packages placed within his vehicle to find your parcel, and so on. All these are time consuming and takes a lot of effort. While all the e-commerce giants out there are competing to become the top paymaster, nobody addresses these pain points. And Good Move, through our AI tech solutions, enables and addresses all these pain points head on. So we have 3 intelligent modules, all integrated in a single app: Good Call, Good Eye, OptiMove, making delivery partners' lives easier. And I'm Subi, co-founder of Good Move.
All right. Really passionate about the solution. Thank you very much. Up next is Desi Crew.
Hello.
Okay. You have 90 seconds, and it begins right now.
Thank you. Good evening, all. We are one of the first incubated company in IIT Incubation Center. Next slide, please. Yeah. So we are about 70% of our workforce is women, and we have uplifted thousands of families from the rural part of India. And we provide services across globe to 125 plus clients across 5 continents. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. So we have 5 business units, which is completely AI powered, through which we deploy our solutions, starting with software testing, accounting and finance automation, and managed IT services. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So we empower all the software product companies. We are supporting roughly about 2,000 plus releases per annum, and have solved 25,000 hours of automation and created value. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. And we are contributing to global AI leaders in terms of building their data models and things like that. And we are, vendor-operated, vendor-owned center for one of the global AI leaders. Next slide, please. And we support, next slide, please. Yeah. And we are empowering the autonomous vehicle dream for, mobility companies in the world. So we are empowering the global transformation from the rural part of India. We are Desi Group. Thank you.
Thank you. And last but not least, in the Future Forward category and also the Smart Pitch session, did we save the best for last? You're going to find out, is FinOS. Tall challenge. You are the final presenter. Finish strong, finish persuasive. Try for the award.
Done.
Your 90 seconds begins right now.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Arun Raju Sankaran, founder and CEO of FinOS. Every bank or a financial institution would require a core banking system to manage their day-to-day operations. So what FinOS provides is a next-generation core banking platform with agent banking and open banking capabilities to manage their day-to-day operations efficiently. April 2018, we started a company with 1 lakh rupee. Now we are generating more than $1 million in revenue, supporting 75 plus customers, 75 plus banks and fintechs globally in 15 countries, generated more than $1 million in revenue, and currently valued at, in less than 7 years, we are valued at 100 crores in value. So that's all about. And we are based out in Chennai. We have a sales office in Chennai, Dubai, and US. But we are doing everything all the way from Kanyakumari with a less than 50-member team. So that's FinOS, a core banking, digital banking system. Thank you.
And that's a strong finish. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
FinOS.
You give me 90 seconds. I finished in 60 seconds, 30 minutes profit.
Can you sing? Can you dance? You've got 20 minutes left. What are you going to do? What are you going to do?
No. I want to teach you one thing. You thanked him with 5 languages.
Yes.
I wanted to teach you Tamil.
Yes.
Which Nandri, which means thank you in Tamil.
Nandri.
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 Yeah,
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, as promised, that was the final presentation, the last category, and the last award. And the final time you'll be voting as channel partners. So take out those voting devices if they're not already in your hands. As promised, again, I want to bring Zakir Hussain from BD Soft, if you'll join us on stage to do the honor of giving this award on behalf of all of the channel here at Gates. Let me clear, there's no conflict of interest, no partner. You're good to give this award, right? Promise? No conflict? Great to see you. Okay, 7 choices in front of you. Channel partners, make your selection right now. Press 1 for Paving Plus, 2 for 0 Watt, 3 for Encash, 4 for Susan Future Technologies, 5 for Good Move, 6 for Desi Crew, and 7 for FinOS. The Future Forward Award. Are you right? The winner in the Future Forward category, congratulations to Paving Plus. If you'll come up here to join us on stage to collect that award. Congratulations to all our winners. I want to thank all our presenters for being part of the Smart Pitch. Again, the session is just intended to be a rapid fire series of, this is some of the best and brightest here. You see it's really compelling, particularly on the part of the scale-ups and particularly on the part of the young founders. There is a lot to explore, a lot of conversations I think will be important over the next 2 days. What we're going to do now is switch up the furniture on the stage because we're going to start, it's a different session, it's a panel discussion. So it's not intended to be one direction, a keynote speech or a pitch directly to you. It's meant to be an organic, natural conversation between some of the channel partners, but then also the audience here. If you wanted to sound off, if you wanted to make your thoughts known, if you wanted to challenge any of the statements or any of the questions you hear on the stage, you're welcome to do that. We're going to be doing it live in the room, although we're conscious of time. We're also going to be live streaming it. So we can watch now or we can watch in the future. And we're also going to be collecting a lot of the key points. We're going to be posting and sharing white papers. And this is intended to be a conversation that happens but lives beyond what's happening over the course of the event. So I'm going to ask our panelists to join us on the stage. This is no particular order. And I'm going to ask you to please hold your applause as they come up on stage. We'll recognize them all once they get installed, but I'm simply going to do this very quickly by name and company. Again, no applause and no particular order. In the first chair, I wanted to ask our moderator, the Managing Director of Strategile, Avish Joseph, if you would join us. In the second position, I wanted to ask Ankesh Kumar, Director and Chief Marketing at Ingram Micro in India. Sayatan Dev, the Global Head of Software Solutions Group at Reddington, if you would join us in that next chair. Abhishek Das, the Chief Business Officer at Danyani Enterprises, if you would join us on the stage. Manasi Saha, owner and founder of Macaw's Infotech. And finally, I wanted to ask Shrikant Shitol, CEO of iValue, if you would join us. Manasi, welcome. Okay, once you all get installed on the stage, you'll be given a handheld microphone. I would ask you simply to hold it close to the chin as you speak. This is India. Everyone speaks with their hands. So if you anchor it on your chin, it's a little bit easier for broadcast and the audience can hear. And we're also live streaming and we're going to be collecting some of the key points and some of the quotes from the session. Now, the ground rules of this session were basically there are none. No PowerPoint presentations, no really scripted or prepared remarks. This is the business you live and breathe every day. I'll allow you, Avish, to start the conversation, to set the tone for what this panel discussion is all about. Before I do that, ladies and gentlemen, if you would please, I want to recognize all of our panelists. Thank you very much for joining us for this conversation.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. I know it's a very hectic, tiring day, a lot of
I would say, informational boost. I think it's good to conclude the day with a very controversial and a very exciting topic. Go-to-market in the AI era. Who shapes the future of the channel? In the last, I would say, 2-3 decades, if you look at the multiple technologies, or I would say radical disintermediations, I would take some examples. You look at YouTube, it took 12 years to get a 10 billion revenue. You look at anything between Instagram to Facebook to WeChat, it took around 6 years to get the 10 billion revenue. You look at TikTok, it took around 4 years. I don't know, I don't want to ask answers, throwing answers from the podium. It took approximately 2 million. If Sam Walton is correct, he's talking about 13 billion in 2 years. So it's inevitable to admit and acknowledge that something is happening in the market. And I call it as intelligence revolution. You can call industrial revolution way back 20-30 years, intelligence revolution. So everybody attending this panel discussion, welcome you to this intelligence revolution. My name is Avish. I'm one of the founders and directors of Strategile, a marketing technology company based out of Singapore. I will just do a quick round of mic to the panelists. This is a very unique panelist if you look into it. You have members from east to west to south to north, and obviously from abroad. I will let them introduce that. And it also has a very stratified sample mix. You have a CEO in the panel, Shrikant. We have a owner and founder, Mansi. We have a CMO, Ankesh. We have a chief business officer, Abhishek. And we have a global business president and business unit owner, which is Sayanten. So let me just do a one round quickly to just get you know who are the panelists, and then we get into the serious business.
Yeah. Thanks, Afish. Hi, this is Ankesh Kumar. I lead marketing for Ingram Micro India, and I have around 24 years of experience in this, more particularly in IT and around industry, starting my career in advertising, and then I moved into products and now into distribution. Yeah, so looking forward for this discussion.
Good evening, everybody. Myself, Manishi, from Macau's Infotech. I'm the owner of Macau's Infotech. It's a 27-year-old cybersecurity solution provider. We are into endpoint, mail security, web security, web, firewall, cloud security. With that, recently I have started an incubation and an angel investment organization called Anuket Consulting. So that's about me.
Hi, good evening everyone. Abhishek here. I am the Chief Business Officer for, again, a startup. I would call ourselves a startup, 4-year-old company based out of Hyderabad. We have gone from 0 to 50 million in 4 years. So we are, on a trajectory of growth. And that's what I am here taking care in terms of growing the company with building in India and taking it global. I have experience of close to 26 years now. I've worked with the likes of HP, Red Hat, Wipro in my professional journey, and happy to be here. Thank you.
Thanks, Abhishek.
Am I audible? My name is Sayantan Dev. I manage a global business unit for Redington called Software Solutions Group. Basically a business unit which hosts all our software businesses, security businesses, and our public cloud businesses. Redington, as you know, is a multi-franchise IT distributor. We play in all the areas of IT, from endpoint solutions to devices to what we call the enterprise grade products, like from data center and upwards, servers, storage, network, and then all infrastructure software up to application security and everything in between. We did take a decision at some point to move everything which is software, security, and cloud into one business unit for obvious reasons. And I think some of that we have been witnessing from some of the presentations before. The amount of agility that is required to run this business today along our ecosystem will require a very different treatment. So it's a very exciting time. AI is the driver for all of these businesses that I spoke about, starting from endpoints up to cloud and security. Personally, I have been in the industry for a pretty long time, almost 30 years. Started my career with a very brief stint in development of software, then came into sales. From a global system integrator up to, and I have spent many years in distribution. I've been an Ingram Micro also. And I've worked in distribution in many countries. In Reddington for more than 17 years. Worked in places like Africa, Middle East, and now I have the opportunity to come back to witness the tremendous growth in India, Southeast Asia also. So very exciting time.
Thanks, Anton. Looking forward.
Yeah, this is Shrikant Chitole here. I'm in the industry for the last 35 years plus. Currently the CEO for the iValue Info Solutions. We just got listed last month. We are the value-added distribution, so naturally it is slightly different from the other players in the market. Essentially run the 4 business pillars what we have from our perspective. Cybersecurity is one of the bigger one. Data center infrastructure, cloud, and naturally app modernization. These are the other business pillars. So out of 35 years, I think I'm in the industry. I've been before iValue, I was running the FireEye for the Asia Pacific, and prior to that I was running for India and SAARC, the Semantic. So heading that organization. Prior to that, of course, I have spent about 9 odd years plus in Cisco. I started my career actually in telecom, so I have designed and delivered the 2G networks and the SCADA and telemetry pipeline projects and those kind of complexities. And actually, post-2000 when I joined Cisco, I moved into the networking side, but that's what nutshell I am. Very excited to be here, part of the panel conversation, led by our moderator. Please go ahead, sir.
Thanks, Shrikant. Great eminent panelist, software, hardware, cloud, infra. You name anything within the channel space, we have, I would say, biblical quotes from them. Now, I come back to Ankesh. Ankesh, you played multiple roles. You have been in Ogilvy as a agency man. You work with Schneider, you work with Honeywell, and then you eventually now heading the marketing at Ingram. Is there something called a channel impact or a channel shift due to AI? Do you think the partner ecosystems are impacted? Is there a disintermediation in the partner channel ecosystem due to AI? What are your thoughts?
If you look at the channel ecosystem, and it starts way back, it's like you have a manufacturer, then you have a distributors, you have a dealers, and then you have a end customers. So ecosystems remain unchanged. It's still there. What I see that with the AI, with technology, overall period of time, with the internet, we've gone through all sort of cycles. I always tell, my colleagues around there, I'm from Gen X. So I always say we are a very lucky generations. We have seen the world without telephone, and then we see a world where we are seeing AI, and we don't know what will happen 2 years down the line. So, but no matter what happened throughout this journey, of the, this ecosystem, what we call channels, and IT channel is not new here. It's been there for quite ages, and no matter what kind of technology revolution came, it remained intact. And so I think with time, it also kept on evolving, and I think that's what's happening right now. So AI is putting a lot of things, but right now I think the role of AI is limited to efficiency and automation. We will see how it goes into, literally AI is working in parallel with a ecosystem, or is AI going to be a new channel? That we'll see how it evolves. But I think typically the need of the customer is same. The fulfillment requirement is same. What we are experiencing is overall, betterment of efficiency or betterment of automations. And I think we have a lot of great panelists. They can put their own views over here. But for me, if you ask me, I think when the Google came, we all thought about, you know what, now the world will change. It changed, but it changed for the good. Same thing with cloud computing. Same thing with machine learning. Now, in future, we will see more robots. So things will keep on coming, but I think if your customer requirements is known, if you understand the industry, if you keep evolving, I think we always going to survive and ecosystem is going to survive.
Sorry, we have only one mic. We have to collaborate. No, thanks, Sankesh. I think that's a valid thought. When we speak to the industry gurus, all made one comment. Buddies, look, the channel is going to be there. It's the efficiency, scalability, way that you create customer experience, engagement. That's what is going to change. I'm going to flip this question in a different way, which is also a very critical point in front of government, in front of in front of NASSCOM. I'm taking some data points. So Ministry of Commerce and Industry state that we have 1.8 lakh startups registered in the country. Of that, 73,000 is women-empowered startups. And India is being stated as the third largest startup. I would say, I use some of the IIT words. I'm from IIT Bombay. IIT, the startup addas of the world. And from a unicorn point of view, US around 1,050, China around 350, India is around 100 plus. Now, the question is to Mansi. We have a large number of startups emerging in the country. How do you think these startups are embracing AI? Question number one. Second, how do you think the startups can embrace AI in a much better way for globalization, or even within the country, a more deeper, I would say, market penetration? Can you share some thoughts from your experience?
I should start, the reply of this one or response to this one will be with a small story, 15 seconds. A 13-year-old guy went to his father and told him, I want to drop out from school and I want to be a multi-billionaire. Already I'm late, so I should drop and start my AI business. Now, what is AI business according to him? According to him, it was, first of all, to start a business, we need to do or have a website which AI will do. Market research, again, AI will do. Potentiality of any product which I will be selling can be given by AI. Now, Father, you are the investor out here. So let's start the business. So according to me, it's not a cakewalk which people are thinking that let me start AI business and it will, maybe in a couple of years, I will earn in million or billion. No, it's not. You need certain preparation for everything. What are the preparation as a startup? You should step by step, take a baby step and go ahead. It's about understanding of AI. How much machine learning and business excellence or business science that you have, what are the tools that you are using, whether these tools are it's coming from OpenAI or it's you have to pay for it. What sort of prompt engineering that you are using? There are certain things that you have to have. At the same time, I will say when you choose a product, as startups to choose a product, there are three categories of a product. One is must have or essential, one is good to have, and one is fear of missing. So in which category you fall down and how you evaluate the product and how you go to the market, that means go to market strategy. So what are the AI engine or AI components that you are using to penetrate the market socially, and you can take market research and go to the market. how you are developing the product. For product developing, what are the AI engine that you are using is the main thing. Are you paying for that? How much you are paying for that? So these are the certain things that a startup should consider before going to the market. And once they are penetrating in the market, they are going to the market, what will be your 5 years or even 2 years, 3 years and 5 years plan? Today you have a product which can do well. All of a sudden you see Meta is coming with same sort of thing, and whatever you have done has gone for a toss. So what is your plan B in that sense? So there are certain things that, and obviously, the last speaker told that there is a chance of getting 10% success rate and 90% off. So are you ready to take that 10% chance, and what you are going to do for that? These are the key points. I mean, there is a hell lot of point other than that, because you are into business. Business is nothing, but you have to wait and watch. You have to play according to the consequences. You have to play according to the market. So these are the things that you have to take care of.
One and the only thing works. So thanks, Mansi. That's great. There are a lot of discussion on emerging roles, prompt engineer, like a ballet dancer. Yeah, you have copywriters in the past. Now we are talking about prompt engineer. Cognizant is telling that he need not need to be tech savvy. In fact, he should not pass BTech. He should only pass English literature and commerce. And there is also saying in the boardroom that we should change the designation of CIOs from CIO to CAIO, Chief Artificial Intelligence and Information Officer. Srikanth, you being the CEO of iValue Infosystems, how do you feel? Is it a bit hyped up, or is there a reality in large organizational structures to create something specifically to harness the power of AI, or it evolves organically?
No, I think the evolution will happen. There's no doubt about it. See, when we look at what's happening from the AI thought process perspective, or what we thought actually from 10, 15 years back from the IoT perspective, there's always a new revolution which keeps coming in. This one actually is slightly different, because if you look at from the market segmentation's point of view, it hits B2B, it hits B2C, it hits G2B, G2C, B2B2C. So if you look at it, it's encompassing all. Now, whether this will have an impact from the GTM perspective, the answer is yes. But if at all I have to look at and take a step back and say, okay, if the problem statement is in front of me as a CEO, how do we start that? From the AI point of view, I will say that let's divide this into 3 building blocks. AI operations. Because if you look at DevOps about 5 years back, and now we will look at AI Ops, that's the next step. If you look at what was between the on-prem and the cloud migration point of view, or the hybrid, now we're talking about the AI infrastructure, which is the next step. Third one is, naturally we're talking about hygiene, which is essentially coming from the cybersecurity perspective. So third building block will be security for AI. So if you now recall, and if you now put all this in place, the revolution is going to happen. How are we going to attack these 3 or 4 building blocks? And then you go and divide the problem statement into further sub-statements actually from the respective building block point of view. And then start looking at the GTM, which technology vendors will really survive, or what are they bringing on the table, both whatever are existing today and whatever are from the future perspective. That combined roadmap. Second will be, how are we going to take care of the people skill issue, because that needs to be looked upon very seriously. That you need to naturally, if you want to monetize this, then you have to start providing the expenditure towards it. So you have to plan it for it. You can't plan the manpower based on every quarter on quarter. You've got to plan it actually from a 3 years perspective. So as Mansi said, we have to look at what job roles we have to look at from the next 3 years perspective. And third area, which is very simple and straightforward, is if you're looking at security for AI or AI for security, both the combinations, whichever way you look at it, I think that third building block is slightly complex compared to the first 2, because first 2 are evaluation from the previous ones. Third one seems to be a difficult building block to tackle, especially for security for AI, and that needs to be looked upon. I don't have the answer right now per se from the panelist's perspective, but yeah, that's the one area which I'm a bit concerned at this stage.
Super, super. I just want to bring back the discussion to the bread and butter business, which is channel operations, right? Now, we are familiar with ChatGPT, some smarter cookies are familiar with Grok, Perplexity. India has a much more perplexity there. But most of them are predominantly LLMs, or I would say rather the family of Gen AIs. And then we are talking about agentic. Now, Abhishek, the question to you is this. From a channel operations point of view, we hear these terms and some are using it. What is the adoption? Is it a low-level adoption, or are we having serious agentic implementation that really disintermediates the way that we engage with customer, the way that we are doing operations, etc.? What is the real ground-level experience?
Yeah, that's a great question, Avish. So I'll break it up into two parts, right? So one is what channel is doing from an adoption standpoint, and what we see is absolutely necessary for us to adopt the AI journey. And also I'll talk about a little bit about what customers are saying to us and how they are moving in their journey, right? So there are two parallel journeys, I would say, happening at the same time. The first journey is, as channel partners ourselves, we not only have to understand the product features, which is everyone today has a generative AI solution or a feature or a product that they have come out with, and obviously we need to take that to market, so we need to understand the product, we have to certify our teams, we have to skill them, and also we have to parallelly work on solutions, because as you know, a lot of people who are sitting here as startups, they have a product in mind, but when it comes to customer implementation, it is a larger complex situation, because the technology that they are using, the data center that they are deployed on, or if they are on cloud, they need to talk to multiple subsystems. So as channel partners, we do a lot of heavy lifting to ensure that adoption of those products into their environment remains high, and hence obviously the renewal rates and everything is high, right? So channel plays an extremely crucial role in not only scaling businesses, but it also helps businesses sustain their growth for a longer period of time. So that's one part of it, and of course we are at the forefront of that, and we are not only certifying and skilling our people, but we are also, experimenting with models that we can twist and turn to make sure that we deliver the outcomes that the customer is looking at. That's the first part. The second part, if you look at, is from a customer perspective. If you look at any customer today, whether it is large enterprise, whether it is public sector, whether it is government, whether it is medium businesses, small businesses, whatever the business size would be, they are on an AI journey. They are adopting AI as part of their business growth and as part of their key decision-making processes as well. When it comes to that, they are looking at not just AI functionalities, but they are looking at how do they make sure, and coming back to Shrikant's point, is how secure these AI solutions are going to be. Are they going to take their data and put it on the World Wide Web? A lot of CEOs, CXOs that we speak to, they do not, the data that they have is their gold mine, right? They don't want it to get exposed, they don't want those data to be uploaded, and there is a lot of issues with the adoption as well. Suddenly someone has got a license of a co-pilot, and I'm not trying to derun it, but and uploaded the whole customer database on the web. These things are very, very important for them. So governance issues comes into play, storage issues comes into play, and adoption issues comes into place. And that is top of the mind for any CXO today. So how do they deploy? How much do they spend? What outcomes are they looking at? And those are the KRAs that are being defined today as we speak. And as we see more and more the whole advent of agentic AI and solutions coming from there, precisely we would need security for AI and AI for security. So I think I completely resonate with Shrikant there, and I think that's an area that will be very, very interesting to see in the long run.
Very valid point, Abhishek. The security, scalability. People say that it is open source, but there is another school of thought which says that, hey, come on, guys, it is just open weight. It's not open source. And then once you are in the spectrum, then you are pretty much, I don't know what is the right word in Shakespearean English to narrate it. I just come back to another part. The Bain says that whether you like it or not, by 2027, AI-related software hardware is going to be a 780 to 990 billion market size. Now, the question is actually to Sayandan. You run a global business for Reddington. Now, do you think the AI has created a large market expansion? And if so, how do you attack that TAM? It is a slightly different thing. And do a mid-size channel partner able to dream to take a piece of the pie? And is that pie going to grow like what Bain is telling, 40 to 50% growth? What are your views?
So, to answer your first question, whether the TAM has increased, the answer is 100% yes. I mean, the nature of the industry is changing, but who is going to address that TAM is the big question. What happens is you see a lot of new players, new categories evolve, new players coming in, and we also see great stories of transformation within the channel. I've been traveling across India, meeting many partners. I have even seen transformation of the order of somebody who used to be a very large format printer partner of HP has transitioned into a totally different area. They are playing in the CAD/CAM PLM space. Very different kind of experience and very specialized area, so to speak. And then I also see a lot of the channel who did not evolve during this period of disruption has fallen by the wayside, unfortunately. And then there is a whole new range of new categories of partners who evolve, like the born in the cloud partners. I see a lot of these AI native, digital native partners coming in. The simple reason is that when you don't have a legacy you live from, that happens with the customers as well as the partners. Important thing is you have to, the kind of industry that we are in, we have the advantage of seeing both from the 30,000 feet as well as a very minutely at the microscopic transactional level. So, and we typically say one thing, which is today's value is tomorrow's IT. So we have to constantly evolve. We are at the periphery, constantly watching out. Your success depends upon spotting the trends early enough, put the cart before the horse, and evolve. And I'll just give you a small example. I just learned that an electric vehicle in a day from just the event logging, creates around 32 gigabytes of data, one single card. And many of them would be critical events. We are talking about a vehicle on the road and let's say very real-time response to some of the events. And just imagine that, that entire industry, let's talk about the data streaming, let's say something like a Kafka. Kafka was created in 2010 in LinkedIn. It was open source in 2011. And pretty much the category has been around for less than 15 years. So one thing leads to another. So likewise, this entire, now in the new AI age, the importance of data and how big it is becoming from the time it is captured to how it moves within the system, how it is managed and stored and used for analysis is a completely new industry altogether. In fact, some of the old databases like Postgres, for example, has got a new life because the vector search, etc., required for AI happens very well in Postgres. So, there are new categories emerging, there are new players emerging, and for the existing players, including distributors, we have seen our game change from a pretty much a big pack ship distributor to today we talk platform, and pretty much the entire software cloud business is moving towards a platform and a marketplace. Because we are seeing there are so many fragmented categories within IT today. our business typically, even today, is very dominated by the Pareto, like every other industry. The top 20% of the brands would be contributing to about 80% plus of the business, sometimes even more. But the emergence of these fragmented categories, and each of them so important in an enterprise architecture, is giving rise to new opportunities. That is creating new TAMs. But that, if your go-to-market, for example, cannot be a manual go-to-market like, managing 10 brands and managing 500 SaaS is very different. It has to be a platform-led, automated journey. And we are evolving. We are trying to manage over that, and everybody does.
Thanks, Anton. In fact, there is a saying that data is a new SKU. That's what is being spoken by every marketer. And marketing is more monetization, not really a support. Question to you, Srikanth. We hear a lot of stuff, 11 Labs, Hagen, Kling, Agentic. There is a lot of functions, even in a channel ecosystem, be it an OEM, be it a VAR, SI. There are a lot of, I would say, operational and strategic stuff within the actual day-to-day running of a channel business. Example, intelligence. Example, prospecting. Example, data harvesting. I'm sure some of you use Salesforce Navigator. Some of them you use ZoomInfo. Right from there to MQL, SQL, to eventually winning your pipeline and managing the pipeline. How do you, from a channel operations optimization or efficiency point of view, in your business, how do you think AI can come and create an impact? And is that impact a positive impact, or is it going to be a very robotic impact?
So, I would say that it's a positive impact. The reason because, as a CEO, I would love to see predictability in terms of the business. And if the AI can drive that, that will be fantastic. Because what AI needs to give me predictability more is the data. And as long as there's more and more data which is getting fed into it, it's fantastic for us. As regards to the GTM part of it, naturally, as Sandra also mentioned, that the channel community itself will undergo a lot of changes. Okay? And we have to unlearn and relearn, or the new learning will have to happen. And all these will happen over a period of time, over a period of next couple of years. For example, I remember Param Computer, most of us know, right? Param Computer in any case. That was first supercomputer perhaps India produced, way back between 1998 and 2000 sometime. But iPhone 4, if you look at the compute power of iPhone 4 and Param Computer is exactly the same. So whatever we have seen actually as normal rack-based servers to high-performance compute, now to GPU, perhaps we'll talk about NPU and those other things. It's an evaluation, it's not going to change much. But will it change the whole ecosystem? The answer is no, because for scalability and efficiency for anybody, whoever is building the solution stack from the OEM perspective, or whoever actually is taking this stack to the market, which is essentially via distribution back to the channel partners and channel partners to the end customer. A simple question needs to be answered. I'm just giving an example here. If a bank has to operate the banking operations from the AI point of view, will they still continue to build their own resources, or will they still go and consume a channel partner-based resources to ensure that the solutions are properly implemented? And what they control is only the policies around which their entire banking operations are going to get run. So that is where the differentiation. I don't think it's going to really change much. But what's going to change is perhaps the human resources which are required to manage this entire change. Yes, we will have to perhaps relearn and learn something new. But the ecosystem is not going to change per se much. We also thought actually sometime back during the COVID time frame, or even hyperscalers when they came into the picture, everybody thought the marketplace will really replace this whole ecosystem. But when you look at again scalability piece of it, it is not possible. You got to have that human touch back to the business aspect. But more importantly, the businesses which were run actually about 20 years back on the relationship management, today they are run purely on technical discussions and technical structure. Commercial structuring is inherent part of that. That's what I'm trying to say. But the technology conversation is not going to move on. It's going to actually simply go up. Hence, the ecosystem needs to be much more powerful and needs to adopt what this new change is, rather than keep circulating in the mind whether we should go for it or not go for it. There's no alternative. We have no choice left. That's all.
Good point, Srikanth. We all worry about hallucination in the AI, and how do you do the weights to prevent hallucination. No one has really thought about unlearning, de-learning, relearning. We all build a RAG and we are happy around playing around the RAG and then boosting the RAG further. I know there are a lot of very accomplished channel senior members in the floor. I would happy to pick up some questions for the panelists. Are there any questions? We can take a couple of them, right? We can take a couple of them, right?
We can. Just simply raise your hand if you have a question or a comment, and I'll bring the microphone to you. The only thing we would ask before the comment is to identify yourself, name and company. Okay, I have one back here. If I can ask you to stand and one more time, just identify yourself by name and company, please.
Hi all, I am Selvam representing Short Fundly as a media tech startup. Here in the AI agents is a buzzword, and can you help us to understand in your business use cases how you efficiently use AI agents to scale your operation, to scale your security aspects? That will help us even better understand in implementing it. Thank you.
So I think, we as iValue, we run the security services as well, as another outfit of ours called ASP Info. Now, when we rolled out the SOC, if I were to compare between the SOC it was about 3 years back and today, the agentic AI, has helped us actually in terms of running the SOC operations with the less number of security analysts. And that is something which I can vouch for. Why? Because it gives me the productivity enhancement, and it also gives me the cost control over. Naturally, since I have to fight in the market, my team has to fight in the market to get the business. Some of these kind of solutions really help us out from that point of view. One is the efficiency, second is more accuracy, third is the team which I have, as part of the security operations, can focus more on serious problems rather than looking at false positives. So I hope I have answered that question of yours from the agentic AI perspective. Abhishek, you are.
Yeah, so we are a 100+ people strong company, and a lot of our operations, actually back-end operations, is now being run through AI tools, especially around accounting, account receivables, invoicing, and things like those. We don't function in the old format of having 30 people, accounting team, and people chasing for payments and things like those. So for us, real-world example, make it efficient, keep it lean, and use AI where it's possible to be used, and which gives you a certain tangible outcomes. So very relevant use case for us.
Very well explained, Hunter. I'll give you one example. I was in Cebu Airlines office in Cebu. It's a small airlines. In fact, a funny thing, GMR managed the Cebu airport till 2014. And they were on an AI transformation. So answering your question, the first thing that they said from the customer service is, we get at least 500 emails a day on baggage lost, someone behaved badly, locket lost, multiple things. And one person is actually opening the SMTP inbox, copying it into Excel, and then taking I'm giving a practical example. You want an example of what an agent do, or a very unique task, or atom to molecule to compound. So they want an agent to automatically read the inbox, convert that into a LLM-based category, and push it as a workflow to 10 respective teams, and put a red, amber, green on based on SLAs. If no one has replied in 8 hours, it is a red color. So that is what, we are not talking about rocket science in agentic AI. It is more some of the mundane, repetitive, we can do complex tasks as well. Convert that into a non-human or less human task by means of understanding the context. Yeah. Any other questions?
Avish, we did have a question. If I can ask you to stand up. Name and company, please.
Myself is Meenal Bhagat. I'm from Ensonic Computech. Ekin is my brand. So my simple question is, change is the new constant, which we keep talking about. So what is the right speed of change? If can somebody guide me? Like normally we talk about we should change. Our business should change. Our process should change. Everything should change. Fine, everything should change. Things are moving so fast. I don't know what is the right time do you think we have? Is it 1 month, 2 month, 3 month, immediate? What is the time? Can anybody share an insight into this?
See, anything which is outcome focused, that will drive the change. So if you keep the outcome actually at the center, that's when the change, whether you need to change or not, that will decide what outcome actually you're looking at. See, I'm from the generation where 2G was just starting, and I have designed the 2G system, so I understand that piece of it. Today we are in 5G. By the time I retire, another 5 to 6 years, I may see 7G. The question is, do I need to change? Yes. Now that change versus a change, for example, for my own organization, iValue Info Solutions, based on the current listing, what we got listed last month. I have to change based on what I was doing perhaps as iValue Info Solutions CEO a month back and today. Okay. Because now the change is mandatory must for me, because outcome now needs to be, now it's in the public domain. So from that perspective, naturally I will have to change myself. I hope I have answered.
Yes, you have. I got my answer. You mean to say we need to adapt fast?
Yes, because
whatever it is, the outcome, you need to adapt to the outcome fast. That's all you're trying to say.
So if you define the outcome, actually, then you can adapt faster. That's all I'm trying to say.
That's what you're trying to say. Thank you.
Minal, I will add something on it. Sure. Being into cybersecurity for the last 27 years, what I have seen, only one thing that you have to go through is the change. We started from assembly language to DOS, then DOS to NT, NT to LAN, then files, virus to boot sector virus to what not, ransomware, and now it is AI, ML, Gen AI and what not. So again, you have to, one thing that you have to keep in mind, if you are in cybersecurity or you are into business, you have to keep on changing every day. Like, doctors, they cannot say, we are MBBS and or MD, we are not going to read anything. Every day you have to learn and unlearn, again learn. That is the only thing. Again, about languages. I started from C++, assembly language, now it is Python. Now something else is coming on. So if I am not adapting to that technology, then it's perform very sort of thing that we cannot sustain our business in this era.
I think I'll take this answer very personally because it's very individualistic. It completely depends upon what you really want to do. I mean, if you are very obsessed with your customer, if you are very obsessed with the industry, then you don't have any options but to be and stay ahead or keep yourself updated. Otherwise, you yourself will get bored. Because if you will not adapt to what's happening around, people will not take you very seriously and everything, and you yourself will get detached. So I think it's the best way to answer your question, stay curious. The curiosity will drive change. If you are curious, be it in your personal life, be it in your professional life, the day you are not curious, that means it's time, maybe you either achieve nirvana or it's time to go something very, offline or in a hibernation. But yeah, stay curious, see what's happening around, and I think that's what all of us drive. That's what drives all of us.
Thank you.
He's giving us the purpose now.
I just want to add, one point to what everybody said, that more than how to anticipate when to change, more important, I believe, is create an organization which is ready for change. Because change management is not easy. The rest of it is, culturally, it has to be amenable to change. That process of change management is really difficult. And the other part is, it's not easy, but it's a very logical. We are in an industry, you cannot be very too late to respond. You have to anticipate, you have to spot the trends, you have to anticipate what disruptions this technology can bring to my industry and start creating that change. Because if you react to when the changes in the industry has already happened, it might be too late. Because in our industry, the time to value, time to market is very fast. Right? It is only going to be faster.
we're running a bit tight on time. I think we have about 10 minutes left, but I just wanted to give one final opportunity if there were questions or comments. I can take one more, yeah? There was one back here. Can I ask you to stand up? And remember to identify yourself by name and company, if you would, please.
Hi, thanks. My name is Nitin from Netsol Technologies, Pune. Most of our leading business distributors are here. I just wanted to check with you, how do you see the, the trends in the IT market as a channel-driven business, as a segment as such? Initially, we see when a large format reseller come, the major showrooms and those comes. Now, if you look at today, both are coexist. We all know the numbers, who's doing what. But now, with coming with the SaaS kind of the product line and, the software-driven product line, how do you see the channel markets? Any thoughts or your roadmap on those lines? Thanks.
Yeah, as a channel partner, we are as far as our last discussion, we were taking that. You have to change that little bit and go ahead. First, go to market. When you are going to the market, I'm saying already we are in the market. So what we should do? We should use certain AI tools to do the telemarketing sort of job where we generate the leads. So that is one part that is going to give you a access not only in your region, out of your region, pan India. That I did last 4 to 5 years. Next is about the knowledge. Like if you are changing as an owner or a CEO or CTO, but your team is not doing, you have to enhance your technical capabilities also. See, again from a part of cybersecurity, just I am taking 1 minute time and I am explaining them. In our scenario, we have L1, L2, L3 engineers. But with AI coming to the picture, automated upgradation, implementation, and patch management is done. So your L1 is gone. Now you have to build that sort of resource who can, instead of 5 guys, 1 person will be there, or instead of 10, 1 person will be there who knows how to use AI and how to give the solution to the customer whenever they want. You can use chatbot to reply to your customer as and when they require. It's not always manually that the person has to be present out there. You can use metaverse for your meetings. So these are small things, but it is going to help our business to grow. And we as an owner have to spend some time every day doing certain education, when taking some educations for AI and changing ourselves, making ourselves much more, trained person in, unless until we changes, we are taking the AI as our next step, our team cannot take. So to adapt some technology, I believe we cannot be a businessman, rather than we have to be a techno-commercial person and know certain thing about AI, then only we can go ahead and do it in a better way. Over to you.
Just want to add from a business standpoint what we do to ensure that there are changing trends and there are solutions and products that we may or may not be aware of. So the philosophy that we follow at Dania is that we look at 2 things. We look at what is the customer saying and what solutions are we able to provide to the customer to meet their outcomes. If you keep track of these 2 things, you will know where the gaps are in your business and what are the areas of solutions or products that you don't have as a skill set, which you need to work on and make sure that those skill sets are built over a period of time or acquired to service the customer. Very importantly, keep a track of what the customer is saying and asking for. And second, what products you are associated with. Are these products solving the customer problem? I think if you keep these 2, you would know what to do next.
So I think, use the ecosystem well. For example, we have our own COE, our own lab, where we have integrated too many OEMs with each other. So naturally, any channel partner who wants to utilize this particular COE, it is meant for them only, because that's what we utilize the COE for. So you can rely on us as an additional resource, okay, in order to enhance your own capability back for your own customers. Because the ecosystem is going to be very simple. It's going to be OEM, us, and then comes the channel partner, and the last is the customer. The flow will continue as it is, but we can keep relying on each other actually, and we can simply take each other's help in order to enhance the whatever we want to deliver to the end customer.
Good. Shantan, any point? I think I would say very fundamental things. I have often seen do the basics right, talk to customers more often. It is easy to understand what is in demand, where you should build skills. Don't get enamored by all the cool stuffs too early. That also we have seen. I have always believed that sometimes businesses that require those operational rigor, which are apparently more boring businesses, that fundamentally go a long way. But I would say that remain closer to customers. Ultimately, if we listen to customers well, it's not very difficult to spot those trends and try them out, fail fast. That's the only way to grow in this business.
I'll just add a few things. I think what he asked about, see what we see in the market, and it's a sorry state. We can't move away from it. More and more products are getting commoditized, and then at the end it becomes price game. So the only way to fight in the market is you have to differentiate. And how you differentiate? You have to find what unique value you can offer, what unique service you can offer. Because the moment if you put large pharma retailers, you put at retailers, you put at solution providers, if customer sees that, okay, you know what, I need these SKUs and this is the price and everything and all, there are various options. Because whether you like it or not, these things got commoditized. I was handling sometimes back a video surveillance product, and CCTV is the most commoditized product. But then what value you can offer, what service you can offer, that's where you have to create your own differentiation, your own niche based on your own customer base. That will stand you out, and that can help you in your business.
Thanks, Ankesh. I think we have enough for the day. I think we may need something else to steam up ourselves later. Thanks to the audience. Very tough questions, I must say, and you could see how the panelists have answered. Thanks to the panelists. I think if I want to sum up a 10-seconder, GTM is going to be there. It is the fundamental. When you plan anything, AI will augment and create optimization, scalability, efficiency. As Ankesh said, value, you need to differentiate, you need to create a value. Mansi was talking about more human skills and components needed to win the business. Abhishek was talking about the guardrails that you need to do and how do we create a security. Simon was talking about taking business in a much more larger format and what are the things that we need to do, whether AI is there or not. And Srikanth was talking about AI for security or security for AI. That statement encompassed the entire asset of it. So it was a great discussion. I think this space is really, really changing. As someone said, I would say change is a variable. Change was always a variable. So thank you all for being a part of this panel. Thank you, panelists. We are panelists from Mumbai to Bangalore to Calcutta. There for you for this Gates India ICT Channel Summit. Thank you all once again. Have a lovely evening.
Thank you all. I would ask if you could just remain on the stage for 2 more minutes. I would like to do a photo with the group because I recognize the minute you leave, I will never be able to get you all together at the same place, same time ever again. For the rest of you in the room, we're going to break now. We're going to continue with one-on-one meetings and we have refreshment outside. A reminder that if you have in your pocket, in your purse, a voting device, please take it out because we're going to collect them as you leave the room, okay? We're going to give them back tomorrow again for the gala dinner, but right now we're going to collect them back. So it's important as you exit to give over those voting devices. Tonight, one last word. Tonight, we're going to meet for a cocktail reception on the rooftop terrace. We are now D7. We are going to move over to C10. So this is block D. We're going to move just next door, and there are connectors and there are signage along the way. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. But we're going to stay here on the IIT Madras campus for the cocktail reception tonight. Thank you again, and I will see you tomorrow morning. And you don't move. Okay.
Great sessions.
Can I ask you to come up? Ashish here. Sure. Ashish, come.
The bottles.
Sorry to keep you all, but I realize never again will I see you all in one place at a time. If you can take here. Yeah, we'll do a photo first. I can ask you to look at our photographer here. Okay, and he's going to come up on the stage. You can stay here. Yeah.
She goes back 40 years in the industry. So she is the senior most person from the industry. And we have somebody who's more senior as well, but he's not from the industry.
When we have seen the highest number of
she has seen the highest number of takeovers and acquisitions and